I want you and that young man to tie that knot. I'm gonna pray for you. And I want you to hold on to God's unchanging hand, because he helped Joshua fight the battle of Jericho.
It's
Yes.
the
He helped Daniel get out the lion's den. He helped Gilligan get off the island.
Let me get straight to the business. Got them lions in the building. Why you lying to the children? Why you lying to the children? RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I've been to bed. Man, they know no contest. Yahuwah, he do the bless. We will not see you tomorrow. Cause you cannot go to Thora. All the sons and all the daughters. Standing hard with big manodas. But my son, he made me Taurus. On that line, I'm still a Taurus. Karate kicking Chuck Norris, 4-5 on my waist. If he started, will not hesitate to get retarded. Oh lordy, he ain't got a PowerPoint, he farted. He's running to the hills like a Philistine. G-Hawk hitting Hamites with the guillotine. Situation turned up with the Ratchet team. JJ 7000 to the bait lead. Yeah, I know them haters gon' hate me, but he won't debate me. Pistol off safety. He respond, come wake me. If I don't get up, nigga shake me. If he don't show up, then he fake G. I touch down and make these nigga nuts hate me. Dear brother. Ballin' and crawling all the way from H-Time. Let me get straight to the business. Man, them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Why you lying to them children? You gon' cry, you gon' get it. Me, I'm like a frog, nigga, ribbit. Of course, it's in the spirit. I just got the Porsche, she can steer it. Mito got the raw, Shaq and Willie. Lamborghini doors, you better not spill it. Mama's high, say I'm more than just a villain. Mama's cry, armed open wide for her children. Suicide, immortalized as the realest, yeah. Death by cut, black suicide. Let me get straight to the business. Got them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Why you lying to them children? RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I've been there. Man, they know they no contest. Yahuwah, he get Wow, what's that? Why didn't take it over? Number one debate league, you heard me? When it's up, it's stuck.
In the goddamn building. All you pseudos and your enablers, get out your feelings. That's right. Welcome to the Den. My name is JJ 7000, Mandinka Molly, aka the People's Champ. We live and direct. We coming back with the third part of our series, The State of the Conscious Community, episode 3. We're gonna be talking about post-traumatic slave syndrome. Before I get into the meat and potatoes, I got to go ahead and introduce the queen of the Lions Den. I'm talking about Sister Karima. Go ahead.
Yeah, I already know what to do. If you like the information that's presented tonight, please hit the like, share the information, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so. Thanks for tuning in.
All right, ladies. That's right. Hit that like, share, and subscribe. Tap in, tell a friend. Grab your paper, grab your pen. Karima, what you got to say? Let the scholars get it in. You know what I'm saying? And I want to give a graceful hello to my queen, my wife, Jenny Hayes. Go ahead, tell them Dan hello.
Hello, Dan.
That's right. Hello, Dan. That's who's kissing on my cheek over here. Y'all see the picture. But yeah, man, we got some things. This is part 3. And what I observed in our community is some people don't need to be in front of the camera. And, you know, we're going to get into that later, but we're going to be talking about post-traumatic slave syndrome, you know, how it affected us then and how, mental illness in our community is affecting us to this day, just because of the things and the trauma that has happened to us in the past, in our life. Uh, Back in the day, what they would do to scare some of the black babies, they would line up all the pregnant black women and sacrifice one of them in front of everybody, cut her stomach open, and it was in front of these other ones that's pregnant. It was instilled fear. There's a lot of traumas going on. Buck breaking. A lot of that is still. A lot of this trauma is passed on through the genes. You see. So these are some of the things that we need to be talking about. We set apart from this conscious community. We're not part of the conscious community. Not for real, but we examining it. We Lions Den. That's it. We might pop in. We are not HOK, COC, Israelite United of Christ, Israelite AIUBK. We none of that. We don't claim to be none of that. And a lot of things is going on in the community. It's like, is this some kind of circus? Is this some kind of act? Where is the Black Power movement, Godfather? How can you sit up here and get in front of us and call us a Godfather, and you want to pick and choose who you want to eradicate out of the community? Are you doing this really for the people, or are you doing this because somebody got the puppet strings on you and got you arguing and fighting with everybody else? Is this really your agenda about the kids and about the pedophilia, or is this about a personal vendetta for somebody who used to be with that guy? That's what we need to know. Because it seems like there's a lot of strings being pulled to make you do things that you really ain't even. I know you, bro. Some certain things that you're doing is not Sar Frankie Netter. So we over here, we evaluating the state of the conscious community, episode 3. You can go check out the other ones, part 1 and 2 on part 1 on DJ Genesis, part 2 in Lions Den. And we're gonna go into post-traumatic slave syndrome and mental illness. You got a couple people in our community. I ain't gonna hold no goddamn names back. You got Neo X. She has admitted that she has a mental problem, that she had mental breakdown. Why is she in front of the camera? And then we got the most mentalist one of all. Y'all know who he is. Then we're gonna examine him. He know who he is. I ain't even got to call his goddamn name out. But before we get into that, I just want to give you a little bit of information what I want to talk about. Now I'll show you a couple of videos, and then we're gonna get to the one part that we need to really talk about, because we can kind of do a comparative studies of what we're talking about, right? With the post-traumatic slave syndrome and mental illness to what we're dealing with now in 2025. That's what we're doing. We ain't just gonna be doing no beef tube, no slander shows. I'm a puppet now. So now Papa tell you to go after Gilbert Arenas, now and whoever he doing with, now you're running over. Anybody watching that? Nobody cares who your voice is, what you talking about when you ain't got your own goddamn house cleaned up. You're running around here with your wife panties on your head. I ain't gotta say your name. Now you got them on. Now you got them on your ass. You weird ass Negro. This is the state of the conscious community, where they want to take accountability for one. Yeah, for one and not the other. Oh, he okay. He can do what he wants because he got something held over my goddamn head. That's the only reason it's got to be like that. Because this guy's an idiot. This guy has run around trying to tell me he's going to kill babies and women. He's a predator preying on women and children. When you're going out there talking about you're going to unalive them. And none of you Israelites have said nothing. Where's Apostle? Where's Tazariak and Daniela and FOPE? And Natalie, you keep trying to make the base with this goddamn weird nigga. You need to be putting them on the goddamn burner. Why did this nigga Frankie get a goddamn pass? You already got enough of these weirdos that you didn't amalgamated over there. You're starting off with Lex. Next thing you know, Chris Harris, Domo, all the enablers gonna be right over there on your goddamn channel because somebody else's vision is going ahead of yours. Then you want to turn on me? You want to block me in the chat today, Negro? Because I'm calling you out? Just a couple days ago, we was cool. I'm back. Yeah. I mean, I ain't finna bite my tongue. This is the state of the conscious community, you know? And a lot of us, like you say, a lot of us been dealing with trauma and all that in our life. We know that some of us don't need to be in front of the camera. When you're thinking about killing yourself, when you're thinking about unaliving other people and all other ungodly acts that you want to do with other people of the same goddamn gender, and this guy supposed to be a damn priest. Where's the goddamn Israel? Let me call. I'm doing drive-bys today. Where's Apostle? Where's Daniela? Where's Tazariak? Where's Divine Prospect? Where's GM? All y'all, all y'all got this guy in the community. You seen him on there, and he talking about killing people, and y'all ain't said a goddamn word. And we also gonna hold you accountable. Why do you have all these enablers on your platform when you told me you was going to war? I can show you videos of the guy that you got on there talking about your wife, your kids, your mama, trying to get pictures of your kids. Pictures of your young daughter, Frankie, and you want to block me? Pictures of your kids, sir. You ain't saying a goddamn word. He apologized. He the main one that need to go. This mentally ill person need to go. Don't nobody give a damn about you trying to come to the United States, nigga. You been coming to America since Eddie Murphy and them came out with the show, nigga. That's been 20 years ago. Nobody worried about you coming here. You so dumb. You telling everybody where your mama live, your cousin live, and all this, who you connected to. You dumber than a box of rocks. You tell them, well, what day you coming so they can meet you at the goddamn airport. I hope they do. As many enemies you made, you might not even see it coming. Yo, dumbass, you too broke to even get a goddamn ticket to Hong Kong, some goddamn where you can't even leave outside of Japan, nigga. You ever notice this damn weirdo never leave outside of that goddamn dojo that he living in, that goddamn closet dojo, that old red dusty couch that used to be behind the kid's bed, nigga. Now you trying to make it to a studio? Sit your ass down, nigga. Them kids right behind you. Don't let them fool you. And then you say they little feet pitter-pattering. You can see them running by. But old Frankie think this is an investment. Frankie think this is an asset. Frankie just sent this goddamn dumbass nigga to go fight his fights because I guess you ain't man enough. You don't even really need to be out there fighting fights that you ain't even started and messing up your brand. Goddamn dumbass nigga. I'll never bite my tongue. I'll never bow down to you, Frankie. You know it. You got this goddamn Judah Nasty over there. Got him all, old dusty ass couch incognito. He act like he in a studio. So nigga, you just put up a goddamn bed sheet and you can see the kid's feet pitter-pattering behind it, as Indigenous said. Hell wrong with you, man. You the most disgraceful, distasteful piece of goddamn shit, and you call yourself a priest. This is the state of the conscious community. You supposed to be the godfather. You ain't worried about the young warriors that are looking up to you back in the day. You want to shun them to the side and say they too goddamn aggressive and got these goddamn weirdos on here, these 7 Asars and D9074 and 607 Unks and all this old weird shit because Nepal's taking you to that shit. That ain't you. Oh, well, you know what, don't want to. Ain't nobody finna run around making this about Nepal. With her wicked ass. Now let me get into the information, man. But you did not, you not off the goddamn burner, buddy. It's people waiting for you. It's people waiting for you, buddy. You didn't mess with the wrong people, bro. And the people that came and told me, I'm like, well, damn, bro. Hey, he made his own bed. He made his own bed. You're a dumbass telling people when you coming to America. Nigga, you supposed to be in like incognito. Incognito, he don't know how to be, that nigga too broke to get a goddamn ticket. Nigga, the reason why you over there, you got ran out of Cleveland. Them people back home ain't got no connection to you, nigga. And you up here wearing your goddamn white panties on goddamn starting at the TV, and you get up, and instead of you being like, well, yeah, you know what he tell me? Yeah, he said, well, no, these are my boxers. He said, nigga, those are your wife panties. You had them on your head sniffing them. You know what I'm saying? You had them on your head sniffing them, nigga. You talk about your wife like a dog live on the set. You forget when you get drunk? Some things don't need to be exposed to the public. I told your dumbass that. But you have no information. So the tour nights, hey, y'all can go to hell. The House of Consciousness, the House of Clowns, starring the Pasha, the clown leader, with her Muppet goddamn Sar Frankie Netter, who too dumb to realize you got a goddamn liability on your fucking set, and his name is Judah Nazareth. Nigga, you want to turn on me for that, nigga? I don't give a fuck what I say to you now, to this day, nigga. So I ain't worried about you. I ain't scared of you. I ain't scared to go to war with you, especially on information. You too dumb to even meet me in a goddamn ring, nigga. You and your goddamn witch. Now I call her a witch. Her wicked ass running around the community, all on my inbox, all on my goddamn Facebook. You niggas interrupting my shows and shit when I move forward. This is the state of the conscious community when the fake Godfather is really not running the show. The fake Godfather is really not running the show, ladies and gentlemen. He's a Muppet. You're a shell of your former self. You ain't got no bullhorn no more, nigga. You playing a flute. Lead niggas like the Pied Piper. Over in some madness, nigga. With the bullhorn, you had a voice. You had the people. You had the streets. Now you're a commercial ass nigga trying to get some fucking debates with these weird ass niggas. Nigga, just last time you fucking undermined me, nigga, don't ever call me for a fucking war, and then you got your wife that took over it. Nigga, grow some goddamn balls. This is the state of the conscious community, where they let this dude in here, and they ain't even hold him accountable for running around talking about he gonna kill children and women. Any of you goddamn dumbass nigga, I dare you to call in right now, Frankie. Because you promoting this dude. Frankie, I dare you to call. I'll call your stupid ass right now. I bet you won't pick up the phone. Let me call this nigga. Nigga, last time you ever turn on me. Nigga, don't ever call me for no goddamn war. Your wife took over, nigga. Yeah, you gonna get you all right. Look, she got you fighting everybody now, nigga. You that thirsty for views? She's a liability along with what's his name? Judah Nazareth. Both of them got videos talking about they'll kill everybody. Don't make me show it. No, you ain't got to make me show it. I'm going to show it anyway. Because you need to see it. You need to it need to get in your goddamn pea brain that him and her has brung your channel down, nigga. Ain't no consciousness come out of either one of them. Goddamn, Jesus Christ, the serpent in the garden. And this dumbass nigga talking about Onias is the third. Get your stupid ass out of here, nigga. You want to turn the back on the lines then, nigga? Fuck you, nigga. Like you ain't been over here getting talent from up out of our set, nigga. What Judah Nazareth brings to the set? Davion and goddamn Jeremiah. What Nepal brung one goddamn person over there, and she treating her like shit. And that's DJ Genesis. Now she our champ over here, and Nepal jealous of that. Nigga. Your stupid ass up, man. I'm sick of you flip-flopping on me. Nigga, I ain't gotta bite my tongue, nigga. I ain't gotta be over there, nigga. You stupid as fuck. You got this dude. If I do a whole series of showing how you, Nepal, and Judah Nazareth act on this goddamn on social media, I can go for days and days and days, and I ain't gotta say a goddamn word. And now you over here, you ain't no better than Chris Harris and all them niggas. Now you got them all over there. The same motherfuckers you told me you ready to go to war. You dumb in the box around. Hey, Chris, let's show one of the videos real quick what we're gonna be talking about. And then I'm gonna show you some videos.
Read the comment.
Yeah, I'm gonna show
Read the comment.
I'm gonna show you some videos. Yeah, they weak. Yep. Filthy Frank kissed Judah.
No, read the comment.
Yeah, I only see 3. I see Professor X and Incognito. Yeah.
The one on the screen.
Oh, AI got her boyfriend paying for all them kids. Oh, she goddamn. You see what I'm saying? AI got her boyfriend paying for all.
What was he talking about? What was
I don't know nothing about none of that. All I know, man, is that this dude exposed a lot of his personal business with his family online. I guess he get drunk and forget. Yeah. You was crying about she ain't get. We don't need to know the AI.
We know I is
ain't
not
giving you no.
not interested in him. She either interested in girls or the people on the internet. I got a boyfriend. Believe that, a real one. That nigga is crashed out.
I mean, who would be interested in a goddamn idiot? He don't. Y'all never knows. Y'all never see Judah getting up, going to work, or hey, I'm on my lunch break, y'all. I'm doing. That nigga is always in that goddamn 5x10, 5x5. What they call it? Dojo, in the closet somewhere. You never see that nigga up cooking any food. You never see him walk out that goddamn door. You never see that nigga go downtown in Japan. You don't see none of that. That nigga's an agent. Do you want to lie on us, talking about this pedophiles over here? Man, you better go, man. Come on, bro. Stop lying, bro. You throw that word around loosely, a little too much. And then Sarnetta got the nerve to block me today because I'm in the chat telling the truth, nigga. Because the pod running shit. That's all right. I'm like, hey, my next show gonna be on Queen's Throne. Me, Queen's Throne, and what's that dude name? Unseen Soldier. We gonna light you up. Both of you goddamn ignorant ass pieces of. Wait a minute. Hold up, y'all. What, babe? All right, yeah. And then all the ones from SVDL trying to you so goddamn dumb. They putting the pressure on you, but you let these dumb motherfuckers, you forgiving them and shit. I don't understand you, bro. I don't understand you. I really don't care too, man. You know what I'm saying? But how you gonna attack Solar Mind and we ain't getting all the filth out of there? I thought you was for the kids and all this shit. But you got this dude running around here threatening to kill this woman's kids. Kill her man. He coming to America. Kill Unseen. Unalive me. Nigga, I mean, other people crashing out. And then you gonna tell, and then he's such a lapdog, so I never tell this dumbass nigga to go do a video on Gilbert and Edith, Arenas and whoever the dude working for him, and he go do it like a loyal lapdog. Cause I know you ain't man enough to fight your own goddamn battles. So you hire lapdogs. See them little niggas like Seven Asar, 904, D's and all that. Them niggas ain't got a voice loud enough. Other than that, them will be your lapdogs, nigga. You can best believe one thing about JJ 7000. I'll never be your lapdog, and I'll never fold or bow down to anything, especially your wife. Nigga, she don't even respect you. So when she come disrespect me, hey, look, I try to be, hey, bro, you need to get your girl. But you actually think we supposed to respect her? She don't even respect your dumb ass. She don't respect your dumb ass. So, Kareem, let's start. Let's get to we're gonna talk about post-traumatic slave syndrome, PTSD, and how it really affects a lot of us to this day. And some of these niggas that's on these platforms, they gotta be affected by it. Why do you got this guy is unstable? Why would anybody listen to a guy that's talking about he want to kill himself? Having weird gay thoughts. They want to kill other people. Wearing his wife's panties on his head. Sound that this nigga was in his wife's panties. got up and you just laughed about it. That is a mental illness, nigga. Well, y'all was trying to put mental illness on JJ. What about the pop? Running around here talking about she'll kill all you MFers. She's a god. Running around here talking about her name is Empty Demon. Neo X, another one that got a mental goddamn problem. All these mental people with mental problems do not need to be in front of us trying to influence anybody. They need to be taking their goddamn meds and going to bed at 8 o'clock. That's what they need to be doing. So yes, Anetta, I'm holding you accountable for what you got in front of your goddamn brand now. What you got in front of us. And then you protecting them. This nigga, man, bro, you know what, bro? You're a piece of shit, nigga. That's what you are. Too dumb to even get in the ring and debate. I'm done with debates, nigga. Why don't you get back to bringing out some information like we getting ready to do? So, Kareem, let's go ahead and start with the video. Please and thank you.
One of the things that's difficult for people is their first response is, oh my God, that happened so long ago. We're talking about people being captured, shipped, sold, beaten, raped.
So you don't care? You don't care? You don't care? You don't care? So you won't play down? You won't play down? You don't care? How I feel, my feelings, like empathy at all? You don't give a fuck? You don't care at all? You sucking your dick in front of a 17-year-old. You know that, right? You know that, right? You're a child predator. You know that, right? And I got you on video doing that shit. You laughing like a fucking weirdo.
Man, let's get to the education. This see what he going through, some kind of trauma or something. He must have been touched as a child. Something is not clicking with this guy. So we gotta go back and see the how slavery has impacted our people, and how it still impacts us psychologically and with trauma to this day. Some of us can't, just ain't getting over certain things. How y'all getting in front of us trying to be teachers and stuff, and y'all got all this trauma in your damn life. Napa, Judah Napa, you are a revengeful type person. You are. And you don't even look in the mirror of all the beef that you cause, but you want to play victim all the time. Sometimes you just shut the hell up. Beef wouldn't come your way. It wasn't about you. It was about Solomon and that little girl. It wasn't about what Napa was right. You always want to be right. 99% of the time you're wrong in the two left shoes. Ain't no goddamn Jesus Christ, a serpent in the garden. What the hell you doing teaching in front of the community? Sit your ass down and learn something. Ain't nothing playing, Karima.
Is also sustained. When we look at multi-generational trauma, are maybe victims of natural disasters and their families and their children and generations of folks who have experienced war. And we know that there are residual mental, emotional, traumatic impact. And what I did was I started to look at the African American experience, starting with slavery, as a real clear, long enduring trauma. I started to see that there were clear connections between survival behavior and continuing living in African American experience. I started to see common behaviors that I took for adaptive behaviors. Well, what are they? Let's just say 2019, you have a black mother and a white mother. The sons go to school together. They find themselves at a meeting. The black mother leans over to the white mother and says, just wanted to mention to you that I noticed that your son is really doing quite well. And the mother responds, oh, thank you. She begins to go on and on. He won the science fair, was an astronaut. She
I just play the audio. Oh man, hold up, man. Hold up. Hey. Oh, there we go. All right. All right. I can just play the audio. I don't know what's going on with StreamYard, but for the last couple of days, video's been skipping. Hold up. Yeah, I really want y'all to see it, but I don't know if this is the forces against us or whatever, man. I don't know. Let me. Man, this is what happened yesterday. This is kind of irritating. And my phone, I'm just.
really coming along. And the black mother responds, oh my God, he's a handful, but oh, he's nerves. No, it doesn't matter what the audience is. It doesn't matter what class. If I were to ask, is she very proud while she's saying those denigrating things? And everybody laughs and goes, of course, there's a secret. Because everybody black knows that even though the black mother is going, oh my God, she's really proud. So now let's roll that.
Fuck, man. I don't know why I keep doing that. I'm just gonna play Kareem, I'm just gonna play the audio.
Back. Let's say this black mother is working in the fields and a white slave owner comes through and says, wow, that boy is really coming along. What is she gonna say? No, he's not. He's stupid. He's shiftless. He can't work because I don't want you to sell him. So I denigrate them to protect them. That is called appropriate adaptation when living in a hostile environment. The little white boy, say Timmy, he feels really comfortable and happy about what his mom just said about him. And Trey looks at his mom and wonders, why can't you be proud of me? Because he doesn't understand the secret yet. And by the time he learns the secret, he will have already been injured by it. Post-traumatic slave syndrome. PTSD is a disorder that occurs as a result of a single trauma. You don't even have to be there to actually get a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder. You could just hear about something horrific happening to someone you love. So you have people who have experienced it firsthand, people who have witnessed it in their environment, right? People who are continuing to be oppressed. That exacerbates any possibility of healing. So it's not post-traumatic stress disorder, because then it becomes part of what we call your socialization process. So you begin to normalize a way of living and being, everything from what we eat to what we believe it means to be a friend. All of these things are colored by history. And if you don't understand it, you're going to fold in things that you've just assumed are normal. But post-traumatic stress disorder, exaggerated startle response, outbursts of anger, feeling of foreshortened future. There was a point where There were African American children in different urban settings that didn't expect to live to be adults because they saw so much death that they started planning their funerals like at 13, 12, as young as 10. When you start looking at the simple biology, you start looking at the impact of stress on health. And while we look at general stress, we know finances, you have illnesses, all these different things. How about being Black? How does factoring in being Black in America impact your stress level and therefore your body's ability to operate its own immune system? Because we know it compromises the immune system. Once you understand it, then you can deal with it because you see it's habitual. You socialize. It becomes part of your being. So one of the ways you begin to address that multi-generational trauma is to work with the people it directly impacts, to hear from them. And when you give the people the information, they can use it. I think the first order of business is beginning to have a conversation. And the other is to educate the larger society. You have to stop the assault. So this is not purely a clinical thing. This requires social justice and change. That's where part of the healing is. It's not in a clinical setting or in a pill. It's in fairness and justice and safety and equity. We got to work with some of those clinical things, some of those issues of panic and anxiety. And we also have to deal with the fact that you have a system that is set up to oppress you and to continue to injure you. Both those things have to be dealt with. And they cannot singularly by themselves affect a change. They have to be done collectively.
Great information. Great. Yeah. All right. Now, post-traumatic slave syndrome is a concept developed by Dr. Joy DeGruy. That's the sister that was just on the stage. Dr. Joy DeGruy Leary, that describes the multi-generational trauma experienced by African Americans as a result of slavery. You had ongoing systematic racism, Jim Crow laws, the key aspects of post-traumatic slave syndrome, which include multi-generational trauma. Hey, Godfather, this is what you need to be talking about. You led astray. You run around on some Wendy Williams. Like I say, you like Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad said, you used to be in the spirit of Malcolm. Now you Jesse Sarnetta Jackson. That's how you move. Voices like mine is too goddamn aggressive for your show. Or they put him in the back. Oh, he loud. He this. No, we just passionate about the real truth and what you need to be talking about. You want to put us up against each other instead of trying to build. That's what you're doing. All right, if ain't nobody else gonna tell you, I'm gonna tell you. But at one point, we was considered good associates. You know what I'm saying? But so I mean, who want to see what you? I guess what you want. You want a bunch of yes men around you, the ones that like DM. What's his name? DMZ 904 and 7 Asar. They ain't gonna tell you when you're wrong. They ain't gonna tell you when you're messing up. I be in your inbox, bro. But you know what? You I guess you just take it with a grain of salt, keep it moving, and overlook it like Chris Harris did when he said he sings solar. When he said he sings solar, oh, I just blew it off. I'm gonna play his response too later on, but right now we're in the information. So let's get back to the post-traumatic slave syndrome, ladies and gentlemen. See, so we have adaptive survival behaviors. African Americans have developed various coping mechanisms to survive in a society that has historically marginalized and oppressed us. Vacant esteem, the devaluation of African American lives, culture, and contribution has led to a sense of low self-esteem and self-worth. Like the low self-esteem that Judah Nazareth had, and the low self-esteem where this one is act like she's just a victim all the time. You have low self-esteem because you care about what everybody say. Racist socialization. and inferiorization. Yeah. The ongoing, I think, hold up. Yeah, I'm done, man. Excuse me. The ongoing exposure to racist attitudes, belief, and practices perpetuates feelings of inferiority and marginalization. Let's keep going. Now, what is the effects of post-traumatic slave syndrome? You have mental health. PTSS can contribute to various mental health issues, including depression. Remember, Judah Nazareth, he's depressed, he want to kill himself. Anxiety, post-traumatic stress and disorder. Where the hell is I? Is she with Mr. Miyagi? This guy does not need to be in front of the goddamn camera. Anytime two characters is in front of a major platform, they got a name for themselves, and they both talking about killing each other, Sarnetta, that is a bad business move. They're unstable. They're not going to be able to lead your platform into the next generation. They don't know how to communicate with people. They don't recognize talent. Those two bozos ran the goddamn, what do you call that? Debate Coliseum, and what happened to that? These two characters are running around. They need to be, some kind of intervention, and we need to bring it to their awareness, to their face, and start trying to point the direction somewhere else. And what about this? And what about that? JJ did it. Can JJ take constructive criticism show? Let all y'all come and talk. Napar, you and Judah need to be in front of that camera with a constructive criticism show. Because you got Sarnetta, he don't know what the hell to do with y'all. This is the state of the conscious community. It's not like it was back in the day. You can get mad all you want to. Oh, he's thinking all the truth hurts. You dumbass nigga, all you niggas want to do is dox each other and tear each other down. Instead of talking about something that's real. Social economic disparities like that, Godfather. PTSS can perpetuate social and economic disparities, including limited access to education, employment, and healthcare. How the hell are you the Godfather and you ain't talking about nothing like this? The Godfather confusion until you get back to where you was. I don't know what kind of blackmail Judah got over your head, but get him off the HOK and give him the goddamn channel over there. This is embarrassing. And then you Israelites, they ain't even saying nothing. Deacon, Tazariak, Apostle, even one, Pastor Bennett. Y'all gonna let this guy slide? He's supposed to be a priest in y'all community, and y'all ain't said a damn word. Why gotta take me to bring it out to get rid of this goddamn wicked ass nigga? He preying on the little kids by threatening to kill them. Queen Strong daughter, you had threatened to kill and rape other people's children, including the Paz. You do dumbass niggas over there, Napar and Sarnetta, want to keep this goddamn clown on your platform and disrespect Lions Den and JJ. Nigga, never trust any of you niggas over there. Never did. Shit was just cordial. Shit was just for the people, for the people to come over and debate. But now you got a whole goddamn league of goddamn enablers on your platform that you're trying to amalgamate over there, and you got the league goddamn nut over there, Judah Nazareth. You ain't, and you protecting him. I'm talking about he said he's sorry. Sit your slow ass down, nigga. But you mad at me. I ain't never said none of the shit that this nigga said. All three of y'all, I got hella footage of y'all cutting the fuck up because you got a mental disorder. Let's keep going. Body finna bite their tongue, be on your goddamn whack ass platform. That's where it went. Whack. It went to could be greatness to whack ass goddamn Wendy Williams gossip, we doxing each other goddamn Netta show. Sorry, Napasha died, the ringleader. She'll never dominate over me, nigga. You best believe that. Ever. Let's keep going. Yeah, let's keep going. 7,000. You didn't let her come and just dominate, run goddamn Reggie off, Garfield off, Unc the barely want to come on, Jabari come on once every goddamn 4 months. Ran off Black Jesus, ran off Clyde Diva, ran off. I mean, the list goes the hell on. Man, you gotta be ashamed of yourself, bro. And now she bringing all her goddamn. She come from that apple. She come from that tree, the SVDL. And she dysfunctional as hell for her to sit up there and let Judah talk about her kids. And for you dysfunctional, for let this nigga ask for pictures of your kid, your child, and threaten to kill and do stuff to your family. And you got him up there and you want to disrespect 7,000 Lions Den, nigga? I'm glad I see your direction you going, nigga. I don't want no part of that shit. I told you take your HOK, goddamn go back, belt, give it to one of them goddamn idiots. They was jealous anyway, nigga. They don't bring the energy, the passion, the humor. They are not it. They're not gonna carry your channel. You got 3 channels. The pot should have been running one. She can't. And nigga, you slow. You slow, nigga. Don't ever invite me to a fucking war, nigga, and you up here peace treaty before the guy when as soon as the motherfucker start. These niggas trying to tear down your shit. Let me keep going, man. This is you supposed to be the godfather, so you responsible for a lot of shit that's going on. You run around here on a smaller platform, think you can just come and say and do what the fuck you want. You and this goddamn Jezebel. She carried a Jezebel spirit, and this ain't no disrespect, but a Jezebel spirit tries to control a man. Go look it up. Hold up. Go ahead, Indigenous.
What's up?
I'm live, bro.
Where you live at?
Lions Den, you live right now. Yeah, right now. Live right now. Lions.
Oh, okay.
Guess what I'm saying?
I was just sitting here watching these, regurgitators over there on side netters trying to regurgitate ham, shim, and japheth, stuff that I talked about in my presentation. And also, you got Sekou over there trying to regurgitate the Papa Bulls. He just pulled the Papa Bull out. And they still messing it up. But, yeah. What was the conversation over here?
State of the conscious community, bro. And why is Judah Nazareth still over there? Ain't nobody addressing all these niggas quiet. They show was quick to run and got to jump on soul. They show was quick to run on the shit the Clyde do, which is right. But now they trying to make this all about the pie and everybody. Ain't nobody got to apologize to her. It's vile and wicked and shit that come out of her goddamn mouth. And she has now put out, ladies and gentlemen, that JJ 7000 has sexually assaulted her. I can call a witness right now. Let me call her. You don't put that bullshit out on me. She told me right out of her goddamn mouth, you lying piece of goddamn witch shit. Bitch, I'm tired of you running around trying to slander my name. Yeah, I called you a bitch this time. Because nigga, that shit that you putting out is wicked as fuck. You better get your witch, bro. Now let's call a witness that came back and told me that she said it. You think I'm goddamn lying? No, we ain't shit being hid behind the goddamn scene. Talk to the Indigenous. Hold up.
All right.
Yeah, man. She running around. Now I ain't never met you in my goddamn life. Wicked ass. Hold up. Hold up. Let's see. There go the witness right here. You run around spreading that shit. Now I'm supposed to be nice. This witch running around here lying on me. Ain't nobody pouring, spamming you and bombing you. None of that. This is the state of the conscious community. These type of people in front of the people is lying and wicked.
Your call has been forwarded to an...
That's all right. I'm going to get that witness to come before us. As a matter of fact, Indigenous, you was on the goddamn phone when the witness said it. Yes or no?
said what? That you was a pedophile? I heard that. I heard that on the phone. Yeah.
From who?
I can't remember.
You ain't heard I was no goddamn pedophile. Judah Nazareth put that lie out and said that the lion said it was a pedophile. No, this wicked motherfucker said that.
Oh yeah,
so, man,
yeah,
get it right, bro.
You got the video. I sent you the video, man.
Oh, Judah said that? Judah wrote there. Yeah. Well, Judah said everybody. We already know that part. That's a bro. But
that's what I'm trying to tell you. He's trying to turn the tide on everybody else. But Judah's got Nagy over there. You know what I'm saying?
Nagy's
this dude pulled this thing out on in front of a room full of dudes, and he's acting like So what I'm saying, that's assault. I guess because it ain't a young lady. It makes it okay for Nagy to pull out in front of the dudes.
I told Charnetta this before. I said, nigga, he deal with niggas and pulling their dicks out. Chris Harris passed the dick pics around, sharing them Israelites. All these niggas come from SVDL.
And Charnetta better be careful because I see Khalil Omani over there in the chat. He's been over there in the chat a couple of times here recently. So he might be trying to steal his master teacher. Not unless there's some other nefarious actions going on that we don't want to talk about. Yeah, Khalil Omani.
Wait a minute. Khalil Omani is who? Master teacher? God.
Charnetters. That's what Judah said when I said, why you got Khalil Omani? Oh, that's Charnetters' master teacher. And, I'm just, being friends.
Wow.
Yeah, okay.
But ain't nobody gonna address the elephant in this room that this dude's running around talking about he gonna kill children. Y'all, everybody, we supposed to protect the children and the women, but you bitch ass niggas ain't saying shit.
Yeah. He's talking about Jay Snake like a dog, y'all. Jay Snake, I'm not too familiar.
I don't know where your video is. That video you said.
Yeah. We don't have a video of Jay Snake.
No,
yet.
No, ain't no video of him. Ain't no yet.
No,
nigga making shit up, bro.
No, I'm saying we don't have no proof of Jay Snake, is what I'm saying. But we do have proof of Nagy. That shit was running around, and Chris Harris had it, and everybody else knew about it, and they all know about it.
Yeah. I heard you say, I had his pictures too. But Judah already had the pictures. So y'all putting all y'all shit that y'all do and trying to put it off on everybody. Remember saying they say something about us and we were lying, then we flip it over. We put it back on them. You got a video saying that shit, you weird ass nigga. You a devil, bro. So you think you just gonna come in here? I'm telling you, bro, you need to watch what you say, bro. There's
no accountability for anything that he has done. He can sit up and try to point the finger at everybody else and say, look at what he's doing. Look at what he's doing. But if you pull the curtains back, on him, you're going to see him and his little flunkies over there, and all the people that be over there with him. They got a bunch of bullshit with them and a bunch of lies and a bunch of disrespect for our people, our elders, and our women.
Hey, Yara, where's your video at? KO.T and all your Israelites. This is your priest. Y'all not going to say nothing about him doing what he do? The hell wrong with y'all, man? Then you wonder why I left and stop fucking with you niggas. Niggas ain't real. Y'all pick and choose. Pick and choose. Let that have been polite or somebody. You got them Israelites to be all over it. But I ain't gonna say nothing because you know what? I'm gonna leave that alone, man. Because some of them, I ain't talking about all of them. Some of them.
Can I say what I said to you about that situation? That some of us are guilty of throwing this out because we was going with what was said. There was no time given out and stuff. You know what I'm saying? But we wasn't a part of any of that. You know what I'm saying? I started watching SVDO after Rob lost the title. I say about season 2, the end of season 2, and then I just started watching it again this year, and I only watched a couple debates. But I had talked to Solar myself, since the 3 years, because 3 years ago that was the second time that it happened. But there was no charges, and they kind of explained. Everybody kind of explained it all, but we weren't paying attention enough to even understand what was really going on. He's like, okay, this nigga ain't in jail. You know, he ain't got no charges or nothing. But then when he come out and said that, you know, it was like, you know, hold up, you know, everybody started looking at him sideways. But, you know, everybody still was dealing with it. And then, you know, right here at the end, you know, they over there and they hollering, we, you know, Chris Harris and Domo, oh, we gonna do this over here in this video, and we gonna do that, and JJ's a burden, and JJ's a problem, and JJ don't got nothing, and he can't make no YouTube channels, he can't make Facebook channels, and them niggas ain't got shit, and JJ and the Kareemers over here got all kinds of Facebook channels and YouTube channels and things.
Yeah. Oh, hold up, Judges. Here go my star witness. Everybody be quiet. Hello?
Hello?
Hey, just hey, look, now you gotta be honest with me, right? Because this is an intervention.
Okay.
Now, is there a particular person in the community that you talked to the other day, this woman that said JJ sexually assaulted her? Well, did you something like that you told me?
Yeah, she said that you sexually assaulted her, and that you put out videos of her naked and did like some revenge porn. Yeah.
Okay, so we ain't gotta say no name, but everybody know this. Matter of fact, who is the goddamn name? Say it, please, because this is a trial.
Papa told me that you had sexually assaulted her, putting out revenge porn.
That's what I'm talking about,
You
y'all.
had put out a whole bunch of revenge porn on her, and then sexually assault. This is what she told me, and so she told me that I was wrong for backing up a sexual abuser.
Now look at that, y'all. Y'all hear that? She need to be brung, Sonetta. She need to be brung in front of the goddamn community, bro. I'm tired of people playing with my goddamn name. Why I left your channel.
What is this? I thought you were calling me individual. Were you on a panel?
Yes, I said we was on a panel. I said you my witness, and it need to be told.
Lord.
It need to be told.
Okay. Well, she that's what was said. But
so yeah, ain't no use of hiding it. That's some damaging shit.
I said you need to let it go. Let me tell you what the thing was. I said that if someone has some pictures about you, then you should just let it go. And she said, well, you're wrong for telling me I should let it go when someone sexually assaulted you. And I had sexually assaulted me, and you have 2 girl children. And I'm like, okay, but it was pictures. I said, listen, this happened how many years ago? You're still talking about pictures.
Right.
It was not like the same thing as a sexual assault. It's pictures. If you send someone a picture and then they share it amongst each other,
it's not your picture no more.
Thing is sexual assault. You should like.
Whoa. She never shared a picture with me. Let's get that straight. I have never seen her naked pictures. There's people out there that have seen the pictures. I have never seen. I ain't trying to see them. Now, I played a Taharka Bay video. He was talking.
I don't know what she's talking about. What picture she's speaking of? I don't understand what's going on. About the picture? All I know is that she continues to bring up these pictures, and to me, I don't know who she sent them to or how they got out, or I don't know anything about the full story of it all. But she said it was like a sexual assault against her and like a revenge porn. And I don't know. So to me,
that's bullshit.
I don't know.
My Johnson ain't that goddamn long to reach all the way from where I'm at all the way to air the fucking zona. I ain't never, meaning what I say that to say this, I have never had any close physical contact with the apostle died. I want to get that out there on record, that this is what she's doing. This is not the first time that she's ever did this to a man. She will go around and try to get people to lie, say you touched their kid, all that shit. That shit wrong. What is your real name? Napasada. What is your real name? Judah Nazareth. Why won't these 2 individuals tell us their real goddamn name? What are y'all hiding?
I don't want to get involved.
All right, I just need you as my witness, Sister Genesis. You ain't got no reason to lie because she called you in the middle of the show. Did her and Sonetta not come on the show the other day when I was trying to teach?
They got mad at me. They were mad at me because I had you on the show and that you was. But
now look at that, y'all.
You were talking about the conscious community. They got up there and they got mad. And then the pod called me. Well, you're doing a show and I'm watching right now. Well, listen, I don't control your mouth. I take control of what you say. So you're gonna say what you're gonna say. I don't have control of that.
And they don't have control of who you have on their platform.
If they want to say what they're gonna say, they're gonna say what. And then when he wanted to say what he had to say, I brought him up. You know what I'm saying? I thought he was gonna say something about what we were talking about. He got up there and said what he had to say. I didn't drop him down. He dropped down on his own.
Now that I will have every right to call her a goddamn B and a witch for her running the register. Second time she did this. Last time she tried to get the white girl to lie and say that I was trying to touch her kids, and the white girl came out with a video and said, "No, I'm not gonna lie like that." You know, she lied on the other shit. So Nepal, you wicked as hell. I ain't the first man that you have done this to. All that shit you try to do is in secret and past lies. You wicked as hell, and you need to be exposed. Sit your ass down and learn. And Sarnetta, for you to keep sitting up here excusing her for it, nigga, then you ain't a real associate. You ain't a real friend. You ain't a real nigga. You ain't a real militant. You anti-revolutionary. That fake shit that you were doing back in the day, we thought it was real. But all you do is doing this divide and conquer and this goddamn Wendy Williams beef tool shit. You just sent Judah Nazareth on a goddamn mission to go talk about Gilbert Arenas and Uncle Suge or whatever the hell this nigga name is. You niggas ain't about uplifting or bringing nobody up. Nigga, you got 200,000 goddamn subscribers, and when you go off the air, that ought to tell you something when you only get 1,000 views. When we used to get 18 and 20,000, 12,000, 14,000, your shit is falling off because of the quality. And there's no substance or quantity to what we're talking about over there, nigga. You ain't gonna try to bury me, nigga.
I'm gonna say this: the views and the things of you know, man, nigga, you know what I'm saying. But, you know, like I said, he asked me a question, I answered the question. Y'all can be mad at me or whatever. I'm going to answer honestly. That's what happened. So that's it. I don't really have
I got a question for you, Jess.
Anything that happened.
Yeah.
I don't really know what happened and anything about that. So.
Yeah.
I got a question for you, Genesis.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about it either. And, you know, I didn't have any connections to anybody who had the pictures, so nobody was offering to send me the pictures.
Oh,
I wouldn't have accepted them if that did. Because, like I said, you know, I mean, I ain't about that. I'm about this.
So the most important thing, whoa. So the sexual, no, fuck that, man. No, hey, whoa. You mean to tell me, you don't have a comment for her talking about I sexually assaulted her, and you want to talk about some funky ass goddamn pictures? The hell's wrong with you niggas?
I'm ready to get into that.
Well, yeah, please do.
This is indigenous. I'm getting ready to get into that, JJ.
Thank you.
I'm just saying, when you're out here painting false narratives on people, like we're going to show about Judah also, how he says stuff just to have content and to have drama, you know, to keep the drama going back and forth, because basically that's really the only thing that they got, because they really don't have no information. You see what I'm saying? So you got to keep on pushing that narrative, and it seems like that this is turning into, Sarnetta's are turning into Beef 2 Jr. It scared me the other day. Well, it didn't scare me, but it just made me, you know, when he said that they're going to go at, you know, Gilbert Arenas, you know, because of Suge, because of Judah's beef, you know, and Judah has had Suge up on his panel numerous times. Him and Suge was tight, and then all of a sudden,
You can't hear. You muted your mic.
on people.
Hold up, I'm sorry, my mic was muted.
You should apologize for the shit that you're saying. It's a goddamn lie on people, but you won't do it. You'll sit and like I said, they protecting these motherfuckers who's making these false, you know, bearing false witness on people. You see what I'm saying, sis? So what do you think? You think that's right?
She never.
I don't even know what who is Gilbert Arenas.
He's a basketball player. He's a professional basketball, professional basketball player who has a podcast.
Hold up, 1,000 pardons, man. 1,000 pardons, but the elephant in the motherfucking room is her running around here talking. I don't give a fuck about no funky ass goddamn pictures that she keep trying to keep relevant. I'm telling you, she running around here slandering, lying on people, talking about I sexually assaulted. You know, I'm gonna hang y'all up. I'm gonna hang y'all up. Because you know what? This is what I'm trying to show y'all. I don't give a fuck about no goddamn pictures. Y'all talking about the wrong shit and trying to address the wrong shit. This witch is running around here fucking setting seeds of destruction on people's character. This ain't her first time, Frankie. You need to get her in check. You can say, nigga, this the goddamn, she wrong. She been wrong for the longest, bro. And you just sit there and let it slide. Oh, we gonna go dig up something. No, that shit ain't working, bro. You need to address the motherfucking problem, nigga. And see, no wonder you arguing and warring with everybody. And now this, telling the secret that I sexually assaulted her. I didn't make that shit up, bro. And these niggas want to talk about Gilbert Arenas and some goddamn pictures. Stay focused, bro, of what's really more important. Y'all niggas want to talk about motherfucking Solo Mine for 3 seconds and talk about some other goddamn shit. You niggas can't stay focused and point out the elephant in the goddamn room and just overlook shit. I'm gonna say one more time, I don't give a fuck about no funky ass pictures. What is she doing? Damaging people's reputation. Nobody's never touched you. Now, y'all can continue. I had to get that out, and maybe now y'all can talk about pictures and everything else, bro. Go ahead.
Hold on. See, this is the reason. Hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick. Hold on.
Kareem. Hold up and did this. Kareem want to speak.
Okay, so this is the reason why they're getting down to why the pictures was, you know what I mean? I know where they getting at. See, they trying to figure out how did she get the slandering you. So let's take it back to the beginning of why and how she got the slandering you. It started with a debate. She lost the debate. She came in the back chat with us. You know what I mean? First, she tried to get on JJ's live when he do his recaps. She tried to get on JJ's live and, you know, dictate where everybody else and start calling them whores and, you know, you're out of their name, Jezebels and things of that nature. Then she came in the back chat after that because she called herself trolling because nobody agreed with Jesus is the Satan in the garden or whatever. You know what I mean? But so she came in the back chat. She was trolling us. She started talking crazy, you know, talking like she always do. You know, she looked better than us. You know, starting conflict with all the sisters up in there. You know what I mean? Going back and forth with all the sisters. So even Shanetta came up in there and told her to get her ass up out of there, but she chose not to. So when she starts slandering us, that's when people start doing research on her personal life. You feel me? Because you can't just talk about people and then not, you know what I mean, and have your little business out there. Now, mind you, she have her little profile on YouTube where she do her little dances and all those, you know, nasty little stuff that she took down because most of the videos that she had that she claimed that is going around was on YouTube too. But she was passing videos around to different people that's in camps and stuff. You know, and people end up finding her little business, her little, you know, private pictures. It wasn't about anybody else. It was about her trying to talk crazy to the females that's up in there, call us different names and things of that nature. So we exposed her. You heard her little nasty stuff. Okay. Instead of her going after us, you know what I mean? She actually went after JJ. Okay, so we later on in the line we end up having a phone call like we always do, and Shanetta was on the phone, and Shanetta was trying to get JJ to backtrack the fact that she was trying to get at him, and he curveballed.
No. Creamer. Yeah. No, we was trying to set up the debate between Carla.
Yeah, we was trying to set up a debate, and that ended up, happening because Shanetta wanted you to denounce the fact that, you know what I mean, or say, that didn't happen. And you did not do that. You feel what I'm saying? And you end up saying, well, it was real. That was out there. And he got mad and they did a live on
but
us.
You gotta tell you gotta tell why. No, listen. I don't know how many times you gotta tell this story. Yeah, I flirted with her in the beginning for a couple of days, and then after the third day, I was like, "No, man, this ain't with that. I'm getting back. Right. I'm getting back with Carla. I'm just gonna be honest with it." So she called me in the middle of the goddamn night,
and lying and saying that she never called you or stalked you with different numbers, trying to, harass you and Carla. Carla did a live on, exposing her, letting her know that, you curved her and she was actually trying to stalk y'all. But it was on Judah Nazareth too, but it went over people's head, the fact that she was really stalking JJ. Instead of her, admitting to that, she got her bodyguard, which is Shanetta, to try to get JJ to denounce that, But we were supposed to be hooking up a debate. We're supposed to hook up a debate and have a discussion on the platform. That never happened because.
And I told Shanetta and Karima, I said, bro, we ain't even talking about that. Well, let's talk about the debate, man. Yeah, and kept asking me, and I finally told him. And the way I told him is in this tone, because he pissed me off. I told him I want to talk about this. What happened before you? I knew her before you, and it wasn't nothing. So she can talk about, I tried to get with her for a couple of days. I come out there and hit it or whatever. That's just what it was at that time. Right. But now, after the third day of me talking to her on the phone and being separated from Carla, I was like, you know what? This ain't what I want. And me and Carla got back together, and she called in the middle of the night. It's a true fucking story. And this is why she got a personal vendetta against me. And she got me and Son. She want to put a gap between me and Sarnetta. We've been working together way before I even brung your ass over there. I was 15 debates in, 8 or 9 debates in before you even got your ass over there.
He don't want to accept the fact that JJ gave him her. Okay? That's what it is.
And he said, how you pick her over Carla? How you pick Carla over her? Because him and her have history, and that's just what it is. Everything ain't about light skin and looks, nigga.
Right. So they end up doing a live because, he got mad and he ended up doing a live calling me Gorilla Hebrew, some old bullshit. But he started talking about my child, my disabled child, and all this other stuff. They started doing some wicked ass stuff. So that's when I start, pulling and digging. I took it, to the internet like they did, because it was just a back chat thing. She came in the back chat and she thought she was running things as usual. She always do that thing. So, do the exact things that she do on other people's platform, what she did on his platform, come in there and try to get us to go against each other and, talk stuff. And she did claim to be.
I think she did on Solar Vision.
She wanted to be Lady Judah 3000. That was the thing. Yep. And I got screenshots on that. So
and that most of the stuff Carla's debate. Hold on, get it out. That was Carla was our champion. That was her name. All right, go ahead, tell the story. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna mute my mic. At the same time.
Yeah, we're not gonna forget about Judah Nazareth, because all this was in the back chat. Judah Nazareth was crashing out at JJ because as this was going off, Judah Nazareth was like, JJ took his wife. I mean, he was saying calling Nepal
wasn't even thinking about it like that.
We got screenshots on this. That JJ, took his girlfriend, and Nepal ain't this and Nepal ain't that because she chose JJ, you know what I mean? And he was going back on JJ about Nepal trying, because the way she was acting, trying to get with JJ or trying to basically troll Carla. She was basically trying to troll Carla. But at the end of the day, they did a live, you know what I mean, about us talking crazy and lying. See, when you lie and act like you don't have these personal things out there, and you lying like you Miss Holy then that's when you got exposed, because you lied and said that there was no naked pictures out there when I told you it was. You lied and said that you wasn't out there tricking when you really actually was. And them pictures will go way back to trick days, because it wasn't got nothing to do with Sola, and it had nothing to do with nobody else, no revenge, nothing. It was her passing this stuff out to different people that she thought she was gonna blackmail. She had pictures of them, and she thought that she was gonna blackmail them in their relationship, because that's what she do. she a blackmailer. She think that she can, you know, use things against them. And they didn't really want to get out there, but they end up, you know, passing the pictures and letting, you know, certain information out that what she was doing. She was basically trolling and harassing them too. You know what I mean? That's what she did. But she lied and said that she wasn't out there, that, you know what I mean, you know, calling us names, calling us all this type of stuff, and she got exposed. Okay. Then she tried to blame it on JJ this, JJ that. No, it's you. You feel me? And me, because you a liar. And I had to expose. Everybody called me a liar. I was exposed. I know you didn't. I know you didn't. I was, because remember they did a live saying, oh, I was with what's the name, and I gave them the information. You feel what I'm saying? When they was talking about I was with Suge and I was on the phone and I gave them the information. You feel me? The information was already out there. You feel what I'm saying? Everybody seen the motherfucking shit before. Even Tahaka Bay had the information. Everybody had the information. But when you start lying and saying that you this and that and ain't nothing out there, that's how you got exposed through everybody.
So this shit go deep, and a lot of this shit, like I said, I was thrown in a lot of shit, and something you get mad about something that happened before you with other niggas, and why it's a pattern.
It was a girl thing. It was a girl thing. Make that clear, because you kept saying that over there. Don't get involved in this girl thing, because it was a girl thing.
I told him that.
He put you in it. Because you was over there bringing our pictures, even though we ain't got none of that. We ain't got no nasty pictures, but you was talking about how we looked and all this type of stuff, and we was this and we was that. When you got to talking about my child, that's when your ass got to coming out, bitch.
Right. Yeah, then y'all want to come up with another fake peace treaty right before y'all flip-flop the next day. Yeah, you know what? It'd be great if me, you, Karima, and the power all work together. I'm like, oh, okay, that would make it cool.
What was that, 5 days ago? 5 days ago. The fuck?
Yeah, 5 days ago.
You keep telling me this. This is how many times you didn't pull me back talking about they want a peace treaty on all this other garbage ass shit. And I keep telling you that.
10 times.
That's what this is. He do that very type of shit like he doing and the rest of the motherfuckers, because he want to everybody else to be laying low while he go to war with certain people. And then he, you know, no, at the end of the day, no, I'm gonna keep
you better learn how to war for yourself when it's time to war, and stop getting in wars that you ain't really backed up with your heart, nigga. But because that you going in half-ass, and all this twist the plot shit in the middle of the war, nigga. Man, get the hell up out of here, man. Don't ever call me for no shit like that, nigga. And then try to act like I'm out of pocket. You asked me to be there for that specific reason.
Okay, so how it got to the next person. Hold on, because we want to talk about how it got to the next person. How it got to the next person, you was all in people's business trying to get bitches to call somebody a pedophile, just like you try to do JJ. You try to get that girl misunderstood to go against the grain and call Suge a pedophile using her child, and she wouldn't do it, just like the white bitch didn't do it. Nobody's gonna do no shit like that. So that's how you end up with your ass exposed, because you jumped in Shanetta's beef when you should have saved your punk ass low, and you jumped up in there running your motherfucking mouth talking about a nigga, and he started exposing your ass, because what you shouldn't. This is a domino effect. Once one person, just like what's going on with Solar. Once one person get a hold of some information, it goes around. You think a motherfucker not gonna talk about some shit when you are trolling every fucking body on the internet? Everybody gonna take their turn with the information and evidence that they have, and that's what happened with your pussy.
Yep. And you got Sonetta just fighting everybody over the goddamn internet, nigga. I don't give a damn. You gonna make 10 videos about 7,000 lines there. We over here telling you the goddamn truth. If you can't respond back with truth, nigga, you look like a fool. You don't look like no godfather. A godfather would figure out how to deal with this situation. A godfather would check his assets. Is this an asset or a liability? Unless you one of them crooked godfathers that's been compromised, because you went from Malcolm X to goddamn Sarah Jesse Jackson Netta, nigga. It ain't for the goddamn people no more. Playing all you need to stop playing them side, that time, all that for the people, nigga. No, you ain't. And then you expect everybody to respect her, and she the main one going around this community keeping up shit. She ain't brung. You can't name 5 people that she brung to your spot, and you can't count these SVDL rejects. And you count that nigga that you fell off.
He can't name 5 platforms that's cool with her. Because she go to everybody's platform talking shit because it's some girls on the platform where she over there fucking going back and forth with them talking shit because they probably look way better than her or got more information than her.
This woman went around and told another woman, Charnetta, your wife went and said I sexually assaulted her and I ain't never met her in her goddamn life, nigga. Now what you gonna do about that? You gonna deal with that? Or you gonna go make some little goofy ass fucking video talking shit and ain't saying nothing, ain't edifying the body, ain't trying to heal the community, nigga.
She made a video cyber sex and stalking her, saying we was. Remember that?
Everywhere I go, y'all following me. Y'all want to hold me down that bad? Look, okay, you niggas don't want to let me speak or teach over there without all these goddamn stipulations and gotta bow down and kiss her. I would never do that. She don't respect you. If she don't respect you and this your platform, I don't respect her for not respecting you. But you get mad because I'm not respecting her for not respecting you. So now you disrespecting me. Make that shit make sense, nigga. You done fell off, bro. You done let a lot of us down. You don't even see it. You too blind to see it. Over a long distance love. Over a long distance goddamn love with somebody you ain't living with every goddamn day. Ain't even in the same state and she controlling what the fuck you do and how me and you do business. Come on, bro. So let's get back to I just had to get that off, you know. And y'all heard the testimony from DJ Genesis. Why she gotta lie? You know you guilty of that in the pot, just like you did with the white girl, just like you did with somebody else. This is what your wicked ass do. And you expect me to just sit back and not say nothing? Everybody else might be, so now they're gonna be mad. I don't give a fuck. Nigga, you need to get her in order or get rid of her. Because the minute she get a chance to get a better shine and spotlight, you're done. And hide your goddamn bank account and your PIN number. She ran off with the community. You owe the community some money, Nepal. $6,000 fucking dollars. You robbed the community. I had to fight recently to get debate got canceled, and y'all niggas act like y'all didn't want to get a man the ticket back. I had to get his money. No, wait, just tell him it's a donation. Nigga, that $10 or $5, whatever he donated, that's it. That's his choice to whether to give a donation. You can't just keep it if he didn't get service rendered. No, he only came on to see the shit because of me. He didn't get to see the Chief X. You finally showed it, but I had to pay you to show it. I want my information to be seen. Had to pay you, so when last time you ever donated over here? I don't see you donate to nobody else's channel. Why is it all about you? Yeah, man, you crossed me a lot of ways, nigga. That last episode, that was it for me. I'm like you better than everybody else. Hey, I'm staying on my own shit. I know you watching. I know she watching. But it's the goddamn truth, bro. This woman said, I sexually assaulted her. Wow. That's crazy. Because you know why? She has a mental problem. Kareem, you got that video where she talking about she gonna kill all you mother effers. That is a mental problem. That's not normal, Sarnetta. Do you actually think that's normal behavior? They all come from the same tree. Judah do the same thing. Look at this idiot Taz, the energy he carried. Just wicked as hell. They all come from that tree over there. Look how slick, wicked Chris Harris is. They all wicked and jealous and envious. Look at their leader. Look at Domo, a jealous, wicked nigga that always trying to put people down and trying to make like he's smarter than everybody. He ain't trying to build shit up. But those are your guys. You welcome a man with open arms. As long as they say they sorry to the pie. You turn the situation of a young victim, little girl, into apologizing to the pie. And them niggas were glad you did that because now the heat is off Solar Mind. See? How smart are you, bro? I thought you played chess. Like you playing Tweedledee or something. Shit. The hell going on? Yeah. State of the conscious community, part 3. You know, post-traumatic slave syndrome, mental illness we're dealing with. You know, so let me read you some more on my list. But we cannot forget to teach. But while we're talking to you, we're trying to edify you as well. You know? You actually think the community is that dumb? Everybody ain't sheeple. So I know the problem. Who sent you motherfuckers? How you the Godfather and you ain't giving us no spiritual nourishment with some shows that's gonna edify us and unite us? Huh? You doing shows on Beef Tube and shit and sending niggas out to go talk to Gilbert Arenas. Gilbert Arenas don't watch your show. He definitely ain't watching no goddamn degenerate Judah Nazareth. What the hell, bro? You actually think he watching that? What you should be doing is trying to figure out, hey, is this dude really psycho? Did he take his meds? He threatened children? He on your panel in his wife's panties? One time he's up there butt naked? And when you seen the nigga butt naked when his drawers, all you did was laugh.
Comment below with your city. Let's see where.
The state of the conscious community. From militant to Jesse Jacksonism. Nigga. No, you don't get to hold up no red, black, and green flag with the. Don't show that shit no more. See my hat? You need to pass that torch to somebody else. You no longer have it. How you militant? Yeah, we don't ever hear you teach about Khalil Muhammad. Nigga, you done ran away from that. You scared of that position. You shouldn't have got out there in the first place if you were scared of it, nigga. You let a lot of these young brothers down. They like, where's that guy at? What is this? I said, man, I don't know what happened to that nigga. I'm speaking real, like you say, realism-ism. But the only response you can do is some Beef Tube shit, nigga. Some women shit. Niggas up here doxing each other, man. Hey, what is, matter of fact, Sarnetta, what is Napas Sadai's real name and what is Judah Nazar's real name? My name is Anton Hayes. Her name is Karima Powell. Your name is Gary Frankie. We know your name. What about these two individuals that you got in the forefront? We need their goddamn name. Nigga, don't make no, that's the only responsibility I want from you, nigga. Hear their name. You trying to talk about why Psycho 8 is hiding behind a goddamn screen and Anonymous Hebrew. What about these niggas you got on here that won't tell us their goddamn name? How about that? Motherfuckers that be having your back and shit for real, nigga. You throw us to the goddamn curb for some fucking views. Cause you scared of that position. Go ahead, Black Jesus Buddha Mama. Go ahead, Aki.
Man, shalom, peace and blessings to Madinka Mali, Sister Karima, Walaikum Shalom, on the lines. And this is Black Jesus Buddha Muhammad, just hearing the power, hearing the true sincerity of a warrior spirit, the spirit that Sarnetta erupted. This is your fault, Sarnetta, and you got to take accountability for your actions. And now you're being called in a state of consciousness. And I hope that the people in the audience, peace and blessings, can hear the fervor and the true sincerity of this man's heart, because When we talking about leadership in the community, this man Sarnetta made a recent video. If y'all been watching his channel, it was about an hour long, and the man had made a statement because he heard the State of Consciousness Part 2, and he said, "I'm not a leader." He said, "I'm a leader of my family." So he reneged his initial statement in the previous videos that I have documented on my channel, that he said he was a leader of the Black movement, of the revolutionary movement. See, the problem we have is this false representation, this kind of revolutionary behavior where the community is not holding the leaders accountable because they're too busy sucking dick. People have to start using their inner eye, their third eye, and their hearts to decipher the truth and the falsehood. This man came before us as a pro-revolutionary Khalid Muhammad disciple. Black man, get your family in order. Black man, stand up against the white man. Black man, reject the white man's holidays. I mean, literally inspired inside of the young generation a fight that drew in so much attention. Young Pharaoh, polite, just energies that you would say Shahrazad Ali. This man has Shahrazad Ali on his channel, and we talking about relationship problems now. How you got some of the biggest relationship problem you hear in the pod and saw live on the stage going back and forth, and you had Shahrazad Ali on your channel? See, people, you have to hold people accountable, right? If he is the house of consciousness, if he is the Godfather, if he is representing himself before us as this personality, then we have to hold him up to certain standards. All right. And one of the best standards to hold a man up to is what he preaches and practices. Because this man does not stand on anything. One minute he want to be into the Egyptian stuff. Next minute he don't believe in this stuff. Next minute he want to be I'm an Israelite. Now he's talking about I'm a new foundational African American. Or like, what are you, Sarnetta? And what are you trying to represent with this big platform? Because we down here are looking at you saying you're not representing this leadership position, this Godfather position too well. And you're playing with the minds and the hearts of the people, and it looks like your intentions are not pure. So what we doing is we calling him to account, as well as his little minions, his little associates. But you want to just go for the head, and the head is Sarnetta. You need to come forward before the people and answer the question. You're not a revolutionary. You're not trying to present the House of Consciousness as a channel that is to further the efforts of the ancestors. However, you are using the information to make a profit. That's a problem. Because we really over here about that movement. So we just want to talk business with you so you can be able to, exist. Because if you're not willing to do that, sir, it's gonna be a problem, because karma is indeed a bitch. And I think you should know something about that.
Yeah, man. Ain't nobody over here saying nothing that ain't true or what's on our damn heart. And you can go try to make an ignorant ass video, but you ain't gonna respond with no knowledge or know what this is why this and that. You just need to stop calling yourself the Godfather and just tell us that this is some kind of platform where we just go against each other and we ain't really trying to really figure it out or even come together, some kind of unity.
Right. Yo, can I read something right quick?
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
want to. This is all in conjunction with the post-traumatic slavery. This is all in conjunction with the topic. I'm not deviating, right? A wise man once said, there are two categories of people who are the most detested before the Most High. One whom the Most High left to himself, so he deviates from the right path and is found of hearsay and temptation. He sets a bad example for anybody who follows his way, and himself is misled away from the guidance of those who came before him. Who came before him? Khalid Muhammad. He deviated from the ways of Khalid Muhammad, and he became a new personality. However, before he became the new personality, he already built himself up a platform based off of what he had followed initially. Right? He misleads those who follow his example in his life and after his death, and is thus held responsible for their sins as well as his own. See, people, if you keep following a man who presented himself like a pro-black revolutionary Khalid Muhammad disciple, trying to ignite the light of the warrior spirit of Joshua in you, and then he says, I'm gonna go ahead and say I'm not the leader no more. I'm gonna go ahead and be a leader of myself and my family. Right? Now you just shut down everybody who was about to support you, and now everybody who's now supporting this new Sarnetta, this Jesse Jackson, Don King of Consciousness debate, a selector DJ. Then that means that you are saying that it is okay to tell a child, "I will be there on Sunday," and then you don't show up, and that you're letting people get away with telling people that they're going to be there for you and they're not going to be there for you. See, this is a moral issue. And if y'all not holding your leaders up to a moral standard, then you're going to allow the type of personalities like Judah, the personalities like um, Miss Shaddai, and personalities like Sarnetta, you're going to let them prevail over your consciousness, which is going to then thus cause you to have a desensitization. You're not going to have any feeling anymore. And then you don't care about the youth. If you care about anything, people, you should care about the youth, because the youth they really take you serious. And I was one of them. I really thought he was about something. And I felt that he was really about to take it to the next level, which is to politicize our struggles and our efforts as Malcolm, because he was coming off like that. And then he just sat down and became an internet sensation, international sensation, should I say. And now you see where the channel is going. But when it comes to the post-traumatic slave mentality, the behaviors of our people, the dysfunction of the families, the single motherhood, the hospitals trying to force our women to get cesarean sections, to get contraceptives, real things that are affecting us, redlining, discrimination, job unemployment. So all these mental problems that are affecting us, and the worldly problems that are affecting us in the economic realm, right? And on top of that, a lack of identity. We have so many problems. Beside Netta, who want to be the house of consciousness, the godfather of Harlem, don't want to address these situations and don't want to have any type of plan with these debates and the profit that you're making from the debates, by the way, to what? Address these issues? So who are you, Sarnetta? I really don't want to call you that no more. I want to call you Toby. I want to call you Toby. And that's what I want to call you. I want to call you the coon house nigga of consciousness. You've taken the information of the ancestors, made a profit off of the knowledge, but with no intention to help the people that are following you. That's not a good leader, y'all. And if y'all don't understand what I'm talking about, then that means you have to raise up your level of standards. And I would invite you to know why me and JJ feel such a way, and as well as Sister Karima and all the others who are in support of this effort of advocacy for justice. We just want justice. We want truth, right? If you are not able to understand the position that we're taking here, then I will only question your level of standard, because your leaders are supposed to be the role models, right? The Imam Ali said he sets a bad example for anybody who follows his way, because he did not follow the guidance of those who came before him. He stopped doing what he was initially doing, but he did build himself up a platform. And then from that fire, he had Red Pill, Blue Pill, Shaka Atmos, Unk. I mean, it was Garfield. You had all these big personalities that was added on to this fervor spirit, bullhorn preaching, revolutionary Black Panther, pro Pan-Africanist, Marcus Garvey energy, masculine man shit. And then you became a Don King. So you have to explain yourself. Why did you stop? What made you turn away? You know, why didn't you make a public announcement that you were no longer going to be trying to push some type of Pan-Africanist agenda or a revolutionary agenda for us to have our own nation to do what we need to do? You can't deceive the people and then now think you can be projecting yourself as the king. A godfather, once again, is a governor over his desire. He would not be doing this for money. Money would never be the priority of the debates, because a godfather cares more about the youth and the development of the youth, especially when we're living in a time like this of chaos and corruption and molestation and perversion and mental problems. No godfather will care about money. He cares about the souls and the minds of the people. And if you people love that morality, the mental health of your people, the post-traumatic slavery chains being removed from you, if you care about that, then you're a human and you are of the rightly guided. And, you know, it's not about being afraid, but it's about telling the truth. And you have to be ready to face the consequences. But one thing about you is that you will always be remembered as the one who stood up against injustice. It's not about the likes. It's not about popularity. It's not about getting fame. It's all about getting justice. That has to be the reason why you do what you do. And we want justice. This is unjust. You cannot be portraying yourself as this house King Kong, godfather of consciousness, sir, and you have obvious relationship problems right there. You got to have if you want to be a leader for us, then you gotta have your family in order, your own household, your household. You want to know why your youth are acting wild? So if your household is in disorder and it's all in the public, then we gotta question our leaders, who we're going to be calling the source of consciousness, the house, the source, the link. I think y'all need to have a better standard, and I think y'all need to support this advocacy. And really, if you feel even more compelled, get on the channel and express yourself about what you feel about this man, because this is not a good look for the conscious community. And what we're saying is, we just want to put out a new air. I also heard, and I'm put the period on it, Lex Vortex and Sonnet are going at it. And of course, that it didn't end too well, because Lex Vortex is, again, another one of those warrior energies. And Sonetta is not that energy no more, like he was out there on 125th. He calmed that energy down, and any energy that comes within his channel that represents that spirit, he then turns the tables on you to make you seem like you are erratic, radical, and hostile, because he wants to cater to a new crowd, a new audience that he is now being sponsored by. And that is the Jabari audience. That is the nerdy audience, the white audience. So he's not banging on the white man like he used to. He's not trying to get us to break from the chains of mental slavery, the post-traumatic slavery. And he's not making any effort to further the cause of his ancestors, not even Khalid Muhammad. And so we need to have a consultation. Anybody of any of influence in the conscious community listening to this broadcast, The State of Consciousness Part 3, shout out to Empress Nana. Anybody who is listening to this particular message, and you are an authority within the conscious community, you must step forward now and be a part of this endeavor. We cannot allow someone to exist amongst us, calling themselves the godfather of consciousness, meanwhile making a profit off of the information that he doesn't even live by. What are you, sir? Are you a Hebrew Israelite, nigga? Are you more? Are you a foundational African American? Are you just a dude who believes in himself? Are you Puerto Rican? Are you Dominican? Are you a Negro? I don't know. You seem like you're confused. And you have to call a confused man of such a big stature and prestige on a platform like the House of Consciousness to account. If you want to be giving your money, if you want to be giving your attention to it, because why are you watching it anyway? You must like something about him. So if you can't stop watching the House of Consciousness, then that means your mind is focused on him. So what is it about him that you love so much? You should come forward and speak about that. And then we can have a consultation about the character of Mr. Sarnetta. Because if it's about character, if it's about morality and standards, then we know that this man has violated many. You can't preach something that you don't practice and make a profit off of it. That's against the law of a Hebrew Israelite and a Moor. You know, I'm appalled that the Israelites are even cool with him using your book to make a profit. You know, but we're not going to get too deep into that. But if you want to have that conversation, the conversation is open. This book is supposed to be a sacred book that guides your soul and your mind into the future. And if you making a profit off of a book that you don't even follow, then that's called pimp hustling. And you thought that it was just TD Jakes that did it. No, there's many people doing it, and everybody is on different levels. And if you can't see what's going on in front of you, then you must be in the matrix. And we are just trying to wake you up from it. You got to have a sincere, brave heart. You can't be afraid. You got to trust in something bigger than yourself. You got to know that what you're doing is for a higher cause and a purpose. If it's about the young people, then stand up. RGY is for the rightly guided youth. We believe that the young people are now saying we are tired of these pimp hustling, so-called revolutionary, counter-revolutionary, armchair hustling niggas that be on the internet trying to set people up for arguments. But what are these arguments for? Are we arguing so we can get some funds so we can be able to have some water for the poor people? Are we trying to argue to get some funds so we can be able to create an institution so we can educate the youth so they can be able to create their own businesses? Are we trying to use the funds so that we can be able to, you know what I'm saying, get classes, classes on how we can get armed for protection? You see what I'm saying? Like that's beneficial debate. They just debating for fame on the internet. Niggas like Yashar and all that. You want to be on Sarnetta with your Hebrew Israelite representation. And you want to be on the Sarnetta platform looking like you an authority, apostle, like you an authority. You know who made you an authority? Sarnetta, who has no foundation, made you an authority. Are you proud? Are you proud of that? You're proud of that you were elected to be some authority on the Sarnetta platform because he don't follow no religion. He don't follow nothing. But he make a profit off of everything. Man, if you don't see the hustle in that, man, that's a Harlem night for real. Now that's what I did learn in New York is that, man, them niggas could hustle. And if you don't see that, then you blind. And you gonna go to the hellfire with that man. It's time for people to use their hearts and not their dollars, not their desires. Don't be a personality worshiper. Just follow your heart and realize that we have to eliminate or we can negotiate. See, elimination only comes after negotiations are impossible. If you can't make no negotiations, then we have to eliminate because you have to represent what you say, sir. You're the house of consciousness. Okay, conscious of what? What are you conscious of, Sarnetta? Because what we see over here is that you have a platform full of different types of ideologies and they're all battling each other for authority or superiority. And you, meanwhile, are playing some type of judge, right? But you follow none of it. And somehow people believe your judgments are supreme when you make judgments on the Muslim debate or you make a judgment on the Hebrew Israelite debate. You don't follow none of the books, but somehow your image and your name can make people say, Sarnetta is right. That shit got to stop because you ain't following none of these books. And I don't know why the people are so blind to see that a man who is making a profit off of people's religions is the most insincere thing you can do. That's almost like a white man trying to tell me about my culture. Nigga, how you gonna tell me about me? I got to be able to tell my own story. That's what's going on. It's like a white man trying to tell you about yourself. A white man would never let you tell him about his history. Like he's very solid in what he knows himself. You can never go to a white man and say, you are the Caucasoid guy from he's gonna know who he is. He's gonna represent himself to the fullest of his ability, to the knowledge that he has, and he'll go to the death probably with it. So if you know that this is the nature of a man who has knowledge of self, the knowledge will make you unfit to be a slave, so that you cannot be the person who could be manipulated by a man who doesn't even follow anything. But he can use y'all books, make y'all so he can arouse y'all niggas like this. I was a victim of his. He has the ability to arouse, and I was a victim of it. But I've awakened from that, and I'm hoping that all my other brothers and conscious brothers can also awaken from the reality of a man who plays off of your emotions. He doesn't really believe in what you believe, but he knows how to play off of your desires to want to further the efforts of what you believe in. That's why we want to go on his channel, because if he is the house of consciousness, then he should be having the intent to further the agenda for the sake of the youth. We need to protect them. We have to have something for them. So if you are being able to utilize your platform on the internet to be a satellite for our grievances and struggles that we are so every day suffering mentally from post-traumatic slavery. Every single black person in America has some type of PTSD, and they're dealing with it right now. And we supposed to be the lights and the bearers of justice and the truth and all the good stuff that you need a house of consciousness to do. But Sarnetta, you ain't ready to walk in them shoes. You ain't ready to wear that crown. So just go ahead and give it to somebody who's ready to wear the crown and stop being stingy. Because if you're not going to do that, then you showing us your true character. You're greedy. You're a greedy man who wants all the fortune and the fame and the power, and you don't want to share it with the brothers, the warriors, who are really about more activity. Where if you want to continue to be the a part of the existence of conscious movement and revolutionary activity, but you don't want to be active like us, the young, then cool. But don't present yourself before the public as the king, as the house of consciousness. Present yourself as a source of information, a minister of information. And then we can all get along, and we can all make a profit. Because this is a game, man. It's a competition, and we all trying to compete to get to the top. We all trying to bring our ideologies and philosophies to some type of level where we can benefit off of it economically, so we can help our communities, our families. Because who wants to continue to work a 9-to-5 job, nigga? And if you ain't working a 9-to-5, what are you doing? And who want to keep looking over their shoulder, trying to do it? So we talking from a place of struggle. We talking from a place of oppression. We talking from a place of victimhood, and we're now saying we're arising out of these mental obstacles. And when we're saying, if you are going to be the man who represents the healing source of the healing of the trauma of the things that we talking about.
Y'all. Be back in 5
Okay,
minutes.
copy. If we are going to hold anyone accountable for the representation of these type of duties of a leader, is that you have to be a godfather. A godfather is someone who cares about the development of the children, the youth. Why are we trying to care? Why do we care about their development? It's because it's about the intent of being a house of consciousness. Because when we build an institution to educate, then it has to have an intent. What is the purpose of the education? We're trying to produce what for our nation? So if you're the house of conscience, then you have to be the source of information that's going to produce the type of child that we want. But if you're saying that you're a godfather, then you're not doing that, then what are you calling yourself that for? You have to now reconsider the name that you gave yourself, sir. Because if you don't, then the people who deserve that name are going to come for it. And I'm telling you, I'm trying to say it in the most diplomatic and professional way, because I am a Muslim, and Muslims, like Malcolm said, we follow the law, we obey. You know what I'm saying? But if you put your hands on us, we'll send you to the cemetery. Meaning that we are a balanced people. I don't have to be ratchet and ghetto. I can be professional and suave. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to get the people to see the importance of this information age. Okay. The importance of the information age that we're living in, where we can now retain so much knowledge about who we are that we can actually recreate a new identity for ourselves if we wanted to. And then we can literally use that identity to revive a new lifestyle tradition that can then bring us a revolutionized community. And that is a process. So when you have a channel like Sarnetta, who was able to draw in all the attention of the youth, the black youth, in all of the inner cities of America, and he's international, then now you have to see your own power so that you don't make the wrong moves on the chessboard. But what Sarnetta is doing is he sees his power, but is not using it for the cause of the ancestors no more. Now he has his own personal interests, and he preferred his own personal interests over the cause. But he was able to get that platform, that seat, by acting like he was for the cause. That's when he was bullhorn preaching. So you took a break, Mr. Sa, and then you said, I'm now going to drink some iced tea and talk about the Knicks and let you see my life and what I'm eating, like these young people do. That's what we do. It's our generation that be posting about our lives and day-to-day activities every time. That's us. Why you trying to be like us? You supposed to set the example, sir. You the leader. You the house of consciousness. You the godfather of Harlem. What did Red Pill say? He said Harlem is the Mecca of black America. So say, and in essence, if it comes out of New York, then it's like it came out of the mouth of God, right? Because if Harlem is the Mecca of black America, as Blue Pill said on one of his shows, then we know that if you are a voice for black people, then you become famous in Harlem, then you have really literally taken a position that's political, meaning that you can influence not just the black community, but you can influence world politics. That's some Malcolm X shit. So you came out like that, and then you took a seat from pursuing that path. And then he even said earlier, Malcolm X is dead and Martin Luther King is dead. So what you think? Like, so you scared to die, nigga? But Malcolm X and Martin Luther King are legends. Everywhere you look, they got a street named after them. That's legendary. I don't see no streets named after Young Dolph, but Young Dolph was a millionaire. I ain't trying to disrespect Young Dolph, but he was a millionaire, but nobody remembers Young Dolph. Nipsey Hussle just died, but nobody remember him like that. Only those who really follow him. But when it comes to Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, I seem like everybody knows how to commemorate that one. So that's like you not really dead. It's like an ancestral worship. Is that even though it was that many years ago that Mr. X was assassinated, however, till this day, his name is still being remembered like a memorial. So it's almost like a chant or a mantra for black warriors. So he's not really dead. What Sarnetta tried to do was make y'all act like pursuing a path of justice will end up will either give you martyrdom or victory, because he doesn't stand on any faith, right? Because the reason why you will continue to further the efforts of our ancestors like X is because you believe in the victory now, because you study them and you're saying, all right, this is where they messed up, so now it's my turn, my generation, to give another stab at it. He came off like that with the bullhorn preaching, like he was about to take another stab at it. But now his talk is like, look what happened to X. Look what happened to King. The fuck you think? So he's basically saying that martyrdom is a L. But nah, martyrdom is a victory. Because you see what happens, your name is still being rained. It's all about reputation. Because when you go in that grave, don't nobody ask how much was his net worth. They say, what kind of man was he to his wife? What kind of man was he to his children? What kind of man was he to his neighbor? What kind of reputation did he have in his community? That's what's going to hold value. And that's why Malcolm X's name is always reigning every year, because we know that that's what's holding him up. Morality makes you live forever. Morality. When you value riches, when you value material things, guess what? Them shits end up eating your ass up in the end. So Sarnetta, you have really nothing. You really have nothing but your honor and respect. And right now, you don't look too honorable, sir, because you literally misguided the people. You misguided me. I thought you was about something, and I wanted to be on your team. I was wanted to be an ally, and you denied me access because you have an agenda.
And it's not about Kylie Muhammad no more. And so, you know, I support JJ's advocacy, RGY. This is Black Jesus Buddha Muhammad. We support anybody who is for justice, anybody who's going to come before our community and act like he wants to be the godfather of consciousness. Then you better know that we got babies that need help. We got mothers that are on crack. Okay, we have a lot of mental health issues, and we need daddy, father, to return home. All right, but we know he ain't gonna do that because all you got to do is say this: the fruit don't fall too far from the tree. And I'm gonna always say that one because if you ever want to know if a man is really worth the praise and the respect as a leader, look at how he treats his wife and look at how his children are developing. If your children ain't developing the way you try to practice and preach your shit, then you probably not a good leader. That's why you always respect the household. Shout out to the Shiite Muslims because they love the household of the prophet. We always hold up the household because you always want to know what a man is all about, especially when it comes to this revolutionary conscious shit, ladies and gentlemen. Anybody who coming before the black people, the hurt black people, the post-traumatic slaves syndrome black people that JJ brought out in this video, all the things that we suffering from, when you come to a people who are hurt like this and you trying to give them a new identity and a new swag and a new anything, right? You better know you hold a heavy, serious responsibility on their minds. Because if they believe in you, nigga, and then you turn them and you turn your back on them, you got to think about the karma. Because you lied to me. And we don't take that too serious. Young people are sincere. That's why they always come for the youth, because they're pure. They don't sin too much. So when they say, I believe you, nigga, you better know they believe you. And if you don't know that kind of responsibility, sir, then you got to deal with them when they get older and wiser. And you don't know what you did. You stirred up something. You a false DJ. You know what I'm saying? You came out here and you remixed a whole bunch of shit. Created in Islam, we call that a bid'ah, an innovation. You innovated some new wave of conscious manipulation. You fooled the people. You made them think that you was actually a leader of some type of conscious force to further the agenda of our people. But then you took the people for their own gullibility. Because Sarnetta has publicly professed, I'm not this, I'm not that, I'm nothing, I'm none of it. And it's like people let that go. People let that go. People just let that go. You can't let that man get away with telling you that he doesn't believe in nothing. But then he's talking about, oh, I'm for the black woman, I'm for the black man, and the rights of the woman, and for the family, and for the black red and the black and the green. Nah, nigga. Because if you repping anything that's Pan-African, we all live by standards and tenets. So you always got, if any man, if he professes anything that comes with standards and tenets, then you must hold him accountable. So anybody who has studied Sarnetta in the past and he's claimed to be anything, you need to bring that information on this channel so we can call him out. Because if he's professing to be anything, claiming anything, then we need to see what he's been repping. Because on the House of Consciousness, he always lets everybody argue, but he really doesn't have anything that he stands for. So what is your channel? It looks like a circus. It looks like a place of entertainment. And we want to say that the joke is over. We can't be sensationalizing our people with pro-black conscious conversations to ejaculate some type of mental, intellectual, or euphoric bust of bullshit. We don't need that. We need real, sincere conversations, contemporary issues, like JJ just brought up today with the post-traumatic slave syndrome. We need to take these contemporary issues and apply that to some ancient knowledge that we say we believe in. If we Hebrew Israelites, how do you take a contemporary issue like post-traumatic slave syndrome, right, and then corroborate that contemporary issue with your Bible? That's how you bring information from the old to the new and bring it as one and make it balanced. Sarnetta, allows that type of stuff to happen on his channel. Meanwhile, he don't believe in none of it. So then what are you really doing this for, son? For the people? Is it, or are you just doing it for a profit? Because you know everybody's coming on your channel for some type of intent. So if you a businessman, just take down the name Godfather and the House of Consciousness. You could call yourself the Son of the Universal Studios. Okay? Because that's what you are. You just have a universal platform for anything. You're the Son of the Universal Studios will accept it. You're the Son of the Universal Studios who has a channel full of informative information of many different ideologies. And this is also a platform that you can come inspire and get your name out there. And then you can create a game show. And then people like us can get on there and participate in your game show. And we can try to get put on. So then we can get our intentions met in this revolution. But if you don't want to do it like that, then you're a hog, you're greedy, you're stingy. You're not trying to share. You're not about your people. You ain't about no black Khalid Muhammad, nigga. You a hypocrite, and we're calling you bluff. Apostle, you need to get on your man. You the apostle. You the apostle. You know, you hear the roar of the youth. You have to. The indigenous brother yesterday brought out a verse out of Titus talking about the young and the old. Now, I wish that brother would come back up on here and bring that verse out, because that was a great one, talking about the relationship between the old and the young. So, Mr. Apostle, I'm a young man who is roaring in the community as a voice for my generation. I'm speaking up as an advocate for my generation. I'm saying that you elders are not being good role models, and that we now have to raise ourselves to do it. And y'all niggas are just making money off of information, and you're not trying to do anything to help us advance. We're still suffering from post-traumatic slavery. We still got real problems in our community, and we're trying to get some help from our elders, some guidance, some wisdom. So you just saying you're not a leader, Sarnetta, after you came off like you was a Black Panther Khalid Muhammad disciple? You can't do that, man. You got me excited. And now I'm over here doing my thing. All praises due to Allah. Allah bless me though. I'm still moving forward, and I still got my own intentions and plans to keep moving this ideology that I'm pushing. But when it comes to pushing it in the conscious community, we have to also know that in this realm, this material realm, there is tests. And the test right now with Sarnetta is that anybody who is trying to be a vanguard or any type of satellite for your people in this era, 2025 onward, then you got to know that in order to do that, you're going to have a conversation with Sarnetta, because he is the one who pretty much became a satellite vacuum for conscious people. Shahrazad Ali, Queen Afua, Professor Smalls, you see the people he had on this channel? So he became this like satellite of consciousness, almost as if you were looking for anything regarding something that reminded you of the Black Panthers or the 60s, and you're living in your 20s and your 30s, if you're looking to smell anything that reminds you of something that is reminiscent of the 60s and 70s, Sarnetta's platform would be that, because that's what it drew in. Professor Smalls, people like Brother Shabazz, right? So he became that. He was for the oppressed, for the poor, for the lowly. He was for the streets. And then you became a Don King Cornelius debate organizer who doesn't stand for nothing. But you still got that leadership look, though. You see, it's like you still looking like that Black Panther image, though. Because now you got people rooting you in Africa, rooting you, and they really. I wonder if the people in Africa think Sarnetta is the American Ibrahim Traoré. You see what I'm saying? Because it's about how they see him in Africa. How do they see him in England? Do you see him as an Ibrahim Traoré, an American version of Ibrahim Traoré? Because he got a platform. And he says things that maybe Ibrahim Traore would say. But right here, we the ones in the motherfucking land that he's in, and we're saying to you people, it ain't what it seems. We can see beyond the banana peel. We peeled that banana, and I'm telling you, it's rotten. It ain't a good fruit. And you gotta stop looking at the way things look. A man who stands as the godfather or king of consciousness or house of consciousness, you got to understand that these things are words have meaning. So these words mean that you are saying you're the vanguard of something. You are the chief or the leader of something, and you're saying that you're number one. So if you're the number one, then that's why everybody comes for Sarnetta, because you're the one. But we see that you don't have the character of a king or a godfather. Because we calling out your flaws, man. And one of the flaws is, if you are the center and source of information for Black advancement, economically, mental, freeing yourself, then that means that you personally have to stand on something. Because it's like, if it worked for you, then it can work for me. If Malcolm can do it, then I can do it, right? You have to have a testimony for yourself. You have to have something that makes me want to believe in you. And I believed in you when you believed in that Khalid Muhammad shit. I believed that you believed in it. And that made me want to go harder. I said, damn, now I got to get outside and start preaching. Now I got to get on that level. And it pushed me to do it. But then you became a different personality after a while of seeing how famous you became. And then it seemed like the fame and the fortune may be caught into your mind subconsciously. And then you said, the internet seems good, and I think I can make a profit. Let me go ahead and calm it down. And that's what you did. And now that you're calm, you're getting older, you got gray hair, you look like you got a good career going by being a Don King. And the young warriors who got inspired are just wondering, when are you gonna just come clean and say you're sorry for what you did to us? You misguided us. So now we just want that conversation to be had. And I want everybody who's listening, so don't be afraid to be the black sheep now. Because now you're saying we prefer, honor and integrity over glitz and glam. It looked good, but my brother, but you don't know what's underneath that. It looks good, my sister, but you don't know what's underneath that. The glitz and the glam, don't fall for that. We're not falling for the glitz and the glam of the House of Consciousness, the music and the theme songs. All that is circus, the gladiators. You're not for us. You're for profit. You're for the profit of our information. And we're saying, hey, over here, if you want to make money off of our information and our intellect, then just recreate yourself, because we got stuff on you, man. That polite situation, you escaped that, man. You kind of ran away from that. You got cleared up by the Hebrew Israelites. The Hebrew Israelites gave you life and breath. They saved you. And if it wasn't for them, your ass would probably be trying to run to something else. Probably a new Baptist, Protestant, universal movement. You would have came and tried to recreate. Who knows what you would have did? But I know what you did, and we saw what you did, the ones who are conscious. And since you you know have done these actions, you're being called to account. So you're gonna have to come to the judgment. You're gonna have to come before us. And I hope that other personalities, maybe people like what's that brother's name out of Brooklyn? Q Butter. The brother come through and he shared something, because I remember he used to be on side that are kicking it, and then now they not doing nothing together. So we need people.
And you know what Q Butter said? 1,000 parts. He
Nah,
said,
go
man,
ahead.
I don't want no parts of the conscious community. I don't want nobody over there that's part of that debate league, all that. He said we stand ourselves over here. And that's what it's coming down to. You
Yeah.
know, you got to stay to yourself and build an audience who's following the message and information that you're trying to put out there, man. Because that is not the hub for consciousness over there no more. You
No
don't see
more.
the Moors over there. We do. You bring them on there. You got this little goddamn peanut guy that want to come up and try to question them and try to make them, look bad and all this shit. Because when that one Moor came over there the other day, hey, I was leading questions for him to teach about, maybe Moors in Spain and Portugal and then, some of the great stories. Not we ain't talking about the Taharka Bay Moor. I want the history because that's all these people know about nowadays is the one when the Moor come on there, they want to attack. Well, are you like a Taharka Bay type? No, we talking about the Moors that taught the white folks how to goddamn bathe and all that type of Moor. That's the Moor we need to be trying to present in front of them, not tear down another Moor. And that's what you do all the time, bro. And the shit getting old. Just like when a new Kakarot came on and did his presentation. Here comes
Absolutely.
somebody trying to tear it down. Come on, bro.
Absolutely.
Man, y'all need to
Absolutely,
stop,
man.
bro.
Absolutely. It the man, that's what I'm saying. His agenda, that's why, Sa Satan would be another name because the devil is the one who deceives. He's a deceiver. He's trying to trick you. So in order to trick someone, you have to have a little truth in it. That's the only way it could work because everybody wants to be having peace. Who doesn't want peace? Who doesn't want to have a peace of mind? Who doesn't want to be free from mental slavery? Who doesn't want to be having insecurity issues about their own self? You don't want to feel afraid. You want to feel proud to be black, don't you? You want to walk in your black skin and walk down the street and see a bunch of white people and not feel threatened, don't you? You want peace. So if you want these type of things, then you know that you have to have some type of curriculum, some type of education, some type of program that can allow you to go through something like Malcolm did. He had a program that he used, the teachings of Elijah Muhammad, and then he went through the training, and then he came out as that man who did not drink alcohol, did not fornicate, did not eat pork, right? He had a discipline that he lived up to. So if this man is portraying himself as a Khalid Muhammad disciple, then that means he had to live on some type of tenets and discipline. What happened, Sa? Why did you leave your tenets? What happened? And then you became a universal flamingo, transparent philosophizer. You really became a philosophizer because I just watch you now and I observe how you just don't have no tenets. You don't stand on nothing. You support everything, and that's like a orgy. That's like a one of those new age movements, right? Where everybody's just in harmony with everybody. It's so far. It's like wishful thinking. It's like, oh, I'm Buddhist, I'm this, I'm that, I'm all this in one. No way possible can all religions coexist because every religion believes in this one source that created them, that is the dominant source. So if the Buddhists believe it's the Buddha God or the Muslims believe it's the Muslim God, still at the end of the day, we can coexist and respect each other's positions. But at the end of the day, there's always going to be that inner belief that we still a little bit better than you. Like any team in the NFL, they all think that they can win the Super Bowl. So that's the nature of man. So Sarnetta, what do you stand on? What do you rep? You don't even know what you rep. You don't even know what you stand on. And so you've created an audience. You've gotten some type of recognition as some black advocate for our grievances and struggles. But the proof is in the pudding that you don't even call yourself a leader for us. You said it. I heard you say it. You're not a leader for us, so you're not really about nothing for our advancement. You say we should just believe in ourselves because you don't believe in nothing outside of yourself, but you allow all of these people to get on your platform to argue about what they believe in, just so you can mute them and say, That's why y'all shouldn't follow this shit. Because you niggas are mentally crazy. It's got in your mind, right? But then when we put that question on you, okay, son, so what's the solution, right? Just believe in yourself, nigga. Okay, where has that gotten you? Because right now we're looking at your family, sir, and it look like it's in disorder.
Hey, Jesus Buddha Muhammad. Let's don't add
Yeah.
his key and stuff into it, please. All
Okay.
right.
Okay.
Let's deal with
Yeah.
So yeah, we're gonna do that part. I
And
don't know.
see,
We don't.
and see. So now you know, but now I got you. But now I wanna put a warning out there. Now you know how deep it could get when you're dealing with consciousness, because consciousness is on many levels. And I'm just the one who can go down the rabbit hole. But I'm gonna respect this man's channel because it's not mine. I'm privileged to be on here. So I'm gonna thank Allah for the opportunity. So I'm gonna keep it on a certain level. But I'm telling you, this conscious stuff, ladies and gentlemen, is on many levels. And the way karma works is that it always gets you where you least expect it. So
Right.
if
Hey, listen,
anybody's
real
gonna
quick, Jesus Buddha Muhammad, I gotta take a phone call. So in
yeah,
about 5 minutes, Karima, can you show one more of those videos, and then y'all can reflect off that? It's post-traumatic slave syndrome (PTSS). I got like 3 of them I wanted to show because we still gotta show some of that. And then we just, deal with
copy.
it's some mental stuff going on, like what I talked about with the Judaizers and the part when both of them get in front of the community and say, in front of videos, say, "I'll kill all you MFers," and I mean that's mental, son. I mean, it's truth, and
And
you
he
got to
calls himself
evaluate
a
that.
priest,
Go ahead, yeah.
calling
And he
himself
calls
a
for
priest.
priests and threatened to kill children, and I ain't seen none of y'all.
Insane.
Tazaria, I talked to Tazaria about it. See, he said he gonna deal with it. I talked to him today behind the scenes. But all you other ones, Yara, where you at? KOT, Apostle, all the Israelites on that show, y'all need to be checking this guy. Real talk. But I'm gonna go ahead, Buddha, and then Karima, if you're there in about 5 minutes after you get done talking, can you play the video? One of the other one. All right, I'll be right back.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? Continuing the advocacy, this is the state of consciousness. The state of consciousness, ladies and gentlemen, is that how deep do you want to go into this house? Because consciousness is on many levels. How deep do you want to go? And for those who want to go deep, then you have to be willing to make a sacrifice. And the sacrifice is you must put up your soul for justice. Justice must be the ultimate desire for you. And we have to understand that consciousness is not something to be played with, because when you have a young child who believes in Halloween and all of these pagan holidays, right? We have to understand that the child who's dressed up as Batman actually believes that it has some type of real reality to it. So you see, consciousness is so deep that even a child could believe that Batman is real if you portray to them. If you say, yeah, go sit on Santa's lap, because you just made Santa real to your child. You see? So consciousness is on many levels, how deep you want to go. If we talking about leadership in the Black community, then we have to have enough consciousness to know that we got to hold our leaders up to a certain standard. Because where are we consciously as a people? Are we on a high level of frequency all together now? No, we're not. We're not all together on a high level of conscious frequency. So that means that those who have awareness of the levels of frequency of consciousness that our people are on, it is necessary that we put together some type of ability to call them out of the darkness into the light. That's Sarnetta. You portrayed yourself as this house of consciousness. You're the house. You're the source. And you're calling yourself the Godfather. So if you are these things, sir, then why don't you have any tenets or foundations on which you stand on? Because I need to know how to get free mentally from slavery, from these post-traumatic slave mentalities that JJ wants to show to the people. So there's going to be a video about to be shown. So I'm going to go ahead and pardon self to allow the host to continue the show. I'm just a feature. Okay, I'm not the main event. I'm just a feature, and I'm in full support. RGY,
is in full support of the advocacy of the state of consciousness. All right. So yes, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and pause out and allow the host to present the information. Right on. Once again, as the information, we're waiting for it to get loaded up. People, the state of consciousness. How many levels are there? You know, but we know that the hardest level of consciousness is accountability and conquering your fears. And one of the biggest challenges we have today is post-traumatic slavery. Is who are we? The identity crisis. Malcolm said, "Who taught you how to hate yourself?" We all know the answers to that question, but we have to understand, how do we unhate ourselves, right? Who taught you how to hate yourself? But how do you unhate yourself? That takes work. It takes a process. It takes a program. It takes some type of curriculum or education that you must put yourself through so that you may unhate yourself. And then the ones who advocate the message are called preachers, ministers, messengers, or 5%ers, God bodies, right? Because they're willing to sacrifice themselves, leave the world away. It's not about the money chase. It's not about the money, cars, and the clothes, and having a bunch of females goosing over you because you got a fresh hairstyle and some nice attire. That's not the chase anymore when you become an advocate of justice, when you become a conscious person, when you represent this type of lifestyle. It's about family. It's about raising strong children. It's about brotherhood, loyalty, trust, integrity, honor, respect. Right? This is the Black Panthers. This is, like, the original Bloods, the original Crips, current revolution in progress. Right? The original Crips. We talking about how they lived. Brotherly love, overcoming and overriding destruction. Blood. True tenets. We're not talking about what it became later. We're talking about what they stood for. Jeff Ford, original Peace Stone, lived by real tenets. Malcolm X, Khalid Muhammad. You a disciple of Khalid Muhammad? That's going to eat you for the rest of your life. How you became a couch, arm, leg, chair Negro, Don King Cornelius debate creator. Sit back, drinking and eating and commentary on the Knicks. What a career. I mean, hey, all for you. Just don't come before us as the Don King. Don't come before us as the Godfather. You are grandpa. Grandpa who just got chill out and let the young generation take this right now. Because we have children to raise. We got young people in shelters. We got young people out here raising themselves, need guidance. We need funds. We need a lot of things to facilitate the institutions, the facilities, to give our people a chance at consciousness, right? It's about being aware of your purpose. You're here for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. You're not here for nothing. If you just like to hear a bunch of people debate about Black excellence of what you used to be, while you wake up every day to a reality that's not what you're used to, that's called escaping into delusion. It's good to know about what you used to be so that you can be inspired to do better tomorrow. But if you just like hearing people debate about what you used to be while you wake up every day to what you're not used to, you're delusional. That's a mental disease. You got to get free from being blinded. We're really not what we used to be right now, but we can become something better tomorrow if we first testify that we have to take accountability for how we look at
program like Sarnetta, because he holds the crown, and there has to be a king in the government. There must be a king. That's natural law. The lion is the king of the Sahara, right? There's always that one animal that's like the one animal that rules every animal, all the animals, right? It's in nature. When you see birds flock together, there's always that one that's leading the flock. You see it in animal behavior. Dogs, they roll in the pack. There's always still one leader. Niggas on the block, you always know there's one amongst them that's the chief. This is natural. This is natural law. So we know that when it comes to this conscious stuff, Sarnetta House of Consciousness is the chief movement of consciousness. Although he professed today, he's not a leader. So he's already saying he's stepping down. But we want him to say that publicly. I'm stepping down from any type of idea of what you guys may think of me. I'm just a grandfather who uses a platform to bring debaters together to bring out information. Whatever you people want to do with it is y'all business. You need to say that, because you're deceiving us with these theme songs as if you this force of vanguardness. You're this vanguard that's gonna really bring us to the next level of faith. Because if that's what it is, we're waiting. We're still waiting. But now the young people are saying, we see your ways. And it's being exposed now by who you associate with. And JJ is bringing out one of these associates, a man who's okay with making threats to young children who have not even been able to develop enough information to know what consciousness is all about. He made threats against those type of lives, y'all. And Sarnetta is okay with this being a part of his program. And y'all gonna watch it? Now, what does that say about you for watching it when JJ brings out some information like this at the Lion's Den? What, you not gonna support JJ because maybe the views ain't like Sarnetta? But then, is it about the views or is it about morality? See, these are things you gotta deal with personally. If it's about the views, then go to Sarnetta and get matrix blinded. Go get Men in Black with that little pen. You're gonna go get Men in Black over there. And then you're gonna come back over here and hear some truth, and then you're gonna keep running back and forth like a sheep without a shepherd. But you will get eaten by the wolf, because over here there's guidance, and you gotta have a high standard for yourself. You should hold people up. If you're gonna call yourself the Godfather, then you, the person who's saying, yes, Sarnetta, you are the Godfather. If you're gonna revere that man as that, then what are you holding him up to? Because if you're okay with a man bringing people together to debate just to make a profit, will have no intention to being a godfather for real. Again, what is a godfather? A governor over desire, which means it's not about the money. He doesn't care. It's not about the desires. You're a governor over that. So he's not doing anything on that channel for the sake of money. He's doing it all for something greater. It's about unlocking the minds of post-traumatic slavery, as JJ was bringing out today. We're trying to free you from being manipulated. One thing about mental slavery is that when you don't know you're a slave, the ones who know you're a slave can play on your emotions, and you actually think they're here to help you, but they're actually here to misguide you. You got to watch out. I'm the owl that sees everything. The owl is a unique creature because it's watching you, but you don't know where it's watching you from, right? That's the wisdom of the consciousness. How deep do you want to go? Is that an eagle, you can see it flying over you, watching over you. But the owl can do the same thing from a place you can't see. Just because Sarnetta is looking like something in the public doesn't mean that the owls ain't watching his moves. So his time is also running short, because when the owls start hooing, hoo hoo, then the people hear the owl. That's why when people walk in nature and you hear all the birds chirping, but then you hear the owl, that's the unique call, because you know the owl rarely speaks, but when it speaks, it's like, you heard the owl? when they start hooing, get ready for the destruction because they don't speak until they're ready, which means that there's always somebody out there watching. That's the wisdom of the hour, is that something's always out there watching you and you don't even know it. You thought that you was getting away fooling the people, but there was always an owl watching your ass, Sarnetta. And now the owl is hooing and people are listening to the sound of the owl. Your time is running low. If you want to save yourself, you have to come to the table and talk to us, the young generation, or just the people who want to stand for justice. If you want to continue to make a profit off of your economy, Don King Celebrity Bash show over there, minimize the insults to us because we now know you're a counter-revolutionary and we won't let you live because you came out clean. But you can't continue to portray yourself as the Don King, the godfather of consciousness, and you are the satellite of the black excellence, the satellite in the vehicle vanguard of black majestic expression. But meanwhile, you talking about you not the leader of nothing but your family. And all the information that I present to you, you do what you want to do with it. It's not my responsibility. That's not how you came off. That's not how you got famous, Sar. You didn't come off like that. That wasn't the way you started your show. You kind of changed up and you didn't let us know what the changes was all about. You kind of kept us still thinking you was going, but we see now the people that you used to run with in the beginning are not with you. So that's why the wise is now figuring it out. And now, you're still breathing, you're still existing. But if you really want to be a part of the, uprise of a new breed of, justice seekers, advocates of truth, people who just love, being married, and people who just love being family men, and men who like to be around other men who like to be around family, right? If you about that good shit and you about justice and establishing justice and protecting the community from perverts and niggas who make threats to children, right? If you're that kind of man, then you have to stand on something, because are you willing to die for it? That's when you prove your belief. But if Sarnetta believes in nothing but himself, then that means that he's fighting with himself all day and every day, because sometimes you get scared. And I know you probably can get scared sometimes, Sarnetta. So if you believe in yourself, what do you believe in when you get scared? Huh? Yeah. See, now we're gonna go there. We're talking about the consciousness, but we're not gonna go there. I can go there, but we're not gonna go there. We're gonna stay on subject. Counter-revolutionary attitude is shown in the man's behavior. So we saying, take away the name, take away the title. You know what I'm saying? Everybody that's associated with him, if you are okay with a man calling himself the Godfather, but he's not doing any Godfather shit. A Godfather must care about the youth. You cannot misguide them. They're watching, they're looking up to you. And I was one of those victims who became a believer. I thought the man was about something. I wanted to share my RGY ideas with him. When I was in Harlem, I was there for 3 years doing activism, out there preaching, still trying to find a way to link up with him, get out of my struggling condition to try to take it to the next level. Couldn't link up with him. And so I realized he stopped doing the street shit. When I was in Harlem, he wasn't on the streets like that. And every time he went live on the streets, he was just showing himself shopping or something. So I realized at that moment that he became kind of revolutionary, because you got to understand the information. You made that video, you made those videos in 2015, but some people get the information in 2019. You right? Because if somebody watched the 2015 video of Sarnetta in 2019 and got inspired, that means that Sarnetta was really about something, because you inspired somebody in 2019 with a 2015 video. So that means that there's something in that man at that time that was able to spark someone in 2019 when they watched that video. But then now in 2020, you're not doing the same shit you did in 2015. You kind of calmed it down. What happens to the people who get inspired? You didn't take those videos down, Sarnetta. You still trying to make yourself seem like you that guy. You got to take all those videos down about you bullhorn preaching and you being a revolutionary. Because what if those videos touch somebody in 2025? They're going to come on your channel thinking you that man, but you not that man no more. You the man who sits at a computer and puts people together to argue and fight for no reason, but making a profit. So, you know, you're gonna have to answer to everybody who was watching his old videos and gets inspired and then comes here thinking that he's that kind of man, is gonna be sadly awakened to something that they would not be willing or wanting to expect. And that's what basically the reason why I'm in support of JJ is fight for justice. I'm standing for justice. You know, Sarnetta has a lot to say about manhood. Always got to talk about a man and what a man is and what a man is not. He has a very strong opinion about manhood and masculinity. But you calling yourself the Godfather, but you don't want to be the leader of no family shit. This is family business. When JJ got to bring out a contemporary issue about post-traumatic slavery in the minds of the people, and we got a man like Sarnetta with a platform that could be able to cleanse the minds of the people instantly if you just had a program and a faith. If you just had something that you believed in, what do you believe in? What do you stand on? Then you can give the people a functional program to give them healing from post-traumatic slavery. But you ain't got that. You got a platform of a circus debate league. It's almost like being in a goddamn insanitary institution. Because it's just like hearing arguments all day. And it's just like, for what? For what? We need a reason for these debates. We're not trying to, you see some of the topics they talking about. There's nothing contemporary about the debates. You're just talking about shit from ancient days that got nothing to do with contemporary issues that are affecting Black people right now. And that's why we look still behind. Consciousness comes with evolution of the thought and soul trauma. So you got to be able to conquer certain levels of fears to evolve to the next level of consciousness. If you still try to keep us 2,000 years ago and shit, we want to talk about Egypt and all these ancient, we want to stay 2,000 years ago, but here in 2025, the young people are saying Black Lives Matter. Come on. Okay, how do we take some 2,000-year-old information, Sarnetta, and apply it to a 2020, a 21st century situation where young people in their 20s and 30s are screaming with their hands up, saying, hands up, don't shoot. That seems to me as a godfather. If I was a godfather of consciousness, I would say, don't put your hands up, baby. Fight back, right? That's what a godfather would say. Why are you putting your hands up? Why are you putting your hands up? Talking about hands up, don't shoot. You don't teach your boys to be submissive. Don't put your hands up, son. Fight back, right? That's a godfather. But you ain't doing no shit like that. You ain't even trying to help us down here. So now it's time for the youth to just get you out the way. And we're trying to be respectful by saying you can come to the table and negotiate and we can work out some type of agreement because you're making money, you're making a profit. Even though he's not a Muslim, he'll still bring a Muslim on his channel to make a debate and make a profit off of that debate. That means that you're benefiting off of our books and making a profit. That's some pimp shit. That's some hustle. That's some TD Jakes. You're not even living by the books, but you making a profit off of these books. So we just want to talk about the economics. We want to have a conversation about that. Maybe you can give us a cut because if you're not about the people, we still need our share and our portion so we can help our people. And if you don't want to talk business, then we're going to have to find a way to take the crown. Okay. And so this is the proposition. And, you know, everybody who is in support of this proposition, do you think that Sarnetta should answer for his inability to stay consistent, to stay persistent? Is it right to mislead somebody? Why did you present yourself like a Khala Muhammad disciple, revolutionary, Pan-Africanist savior, and then become a house couch potato Don Cornelius, Don King debate organizer without a proper explanation. What changed your mind? How did you have the conversion? Because now you have a lot of people believing in you, man. What was the conversion? What is your convert? Don't you want to know his conversion story? He has to explain that, right? Or are you just going to allow someone to continue to present themselves before you, Negroes, as the house godfather of consciousness? Then that means you're okay with liars. You condone lying. You're an enabler of liars. You condone it. You have too much mercy. That means you don't have enough. Like, even got to think about it. The Lord is there is a story of a Lord who was so merciful, right? And then there's a story of a Lord that flooded the earth. So there's like, even with this story, we know that there's a being that has limitations. Is that so merciful is he? But also there's a side of him that says, but I have my limits and boundaries. If you human brothers and sisters out here don't live by boundaries, then people will walk over you. It's called oppression. It's called abuse. That's mental, and it could be physical. But if it's in your mind, if you're getting mentally fucked, then that's your fault, because it all starts with you. You are okay with not living by any standards and boundaries when it comes to people in your community presenting themselves as leaders? What does that say about you? Anybody who want to come before the black community full of, we're talking about post-traumatic slave victims. We're post-traumatic slave victims. We're victims of oppression. We come from households that were also affected by post-traumatic slavery. A lot of our mothers and fathers were victims of post-traumatic slavery, and we inherited it as a young generation. We're trying to break the curses. That's our story. You see, that's the story of the youth, the 20s and the 30s, and even some of the 40s, is that we're breaking the cycle of the curses mentally. But Sa Netta is the house of consciousness, the godfather. So now we're the youth like, yo, what up, Pops? Put me on. But you like, nah, don't be so strong, Malcolm. Like, don't be like Joshua. Don't be like JJ. Don't be like, General, I don't forgot that brother's name, but the brother who I met on the Solar Vision debate league, strong brother, Yashar or something. Yeah, Yashar, yeah, that brother, General Yashar. These type of energies, I feel like this is the alpha male energy. It's masculine, and masculine energy is assertive. It's not emotional. It's not oppressive. But because a lot of people are not familiar, it could come off as arrogant. It could come off as like we're trying to hurt you. But really, it's an energy that Malcolm had. And when you got it in young people trying to understand the energy and they're still learning it, it could be like, okay, you got to be, I get it. But one thing we just want Sa Netta to do is, you got to understand, Sa, you did some Malcolm X shit with that bullhorn, and you woke up some of them spirits. Because everybody can't go outside and be on 125th and Harlem with a bullhorn, knowing the type of crowd you got to deal with. That's a tough audience. So you did that, and you earned some type of spiritual virtue. Like, you gained some type of rank in the spirit realm, because not a lot of people can do that there. So then you built yourself a platform, and you called out certain warrior energies. You know what I'm saying? And you saw a new kind of, brain power, Shaka Atmos with the, you see how he is, and you see like it polite. These are aggressive, like not aggressive in a way where it's oppressive, but they're strong, compassionate, sentimental men.
Hey, you gotta add NATZARAH in there too, because he out in
NATZARAH. That's right. All of these brothers, man, strong-willed, assertive men who believe and to stand on something and not afraid to talk. That was Sa Netta with the bullhorn, and now he's something different. He's not that man no more. And all we saying is the young people is, damn it, godfather or dad, pops, was good. You ain't even talked to us about that. Why are you switching up the game? Are you gonna pass it to us? But it seemed like you want to hog the ball like Kobe Bryant, rest in peace. You want to hog the ball and you don't want to pass it to the youth. You want to pass the rock. You want to shoot the ball all damn day and say, I'm the king of consciousness. I'm the house of That's very greedy of you, and you stingy. See, that's the reason why we can't unite as a people, is because there's always a man who doesn't have the best interests of the people, because his own personal interests outweigh the community. And so now you're using your power of influence over the minds of the foolish to continue to manipulate them subconsciously to not know that you're only trying to do this for a profit. Sonetta, enough is enough. You know, you gotta be a man, because you're always talking about manhood over there. Men you cannot mislead us without being called to account. You know what I'm saying? And you know the black woman is so adamant at telling you what they feel about your manhood. All right. So when a man is calling another man out on their manhood, you better know this is some real man shit. Because when your woman start calling you out on your manhood, boy, you're really in trouble. Now your house is shaking. So beware. This is a man call to a brother, to a human, to another human. You got to answer the man call before it gets ugly. That's a warning. You cannot present yourself before the people like you some type of godfather, but you acting like a Don Cornelius, Jesse Jackson coon. What are you doing? Wake up for your sleep, Sonetta. I'm trying to help you, but you can't run away from accountability. It's going to come at you. That's karma. It's going to get you. It's going to get you. And, you know, I'm exhilarated to see how history will repeat itself. Nothing, a wise man told me, the game stays the same, but the players change. That's all. The same fate that happened to someone, you got to realize, right? And I'm going to go ahead and put a period, is that Malcolm X sets the standard of our manhood, black masculinity. We came here as slaves. They stripped you of your name, your culture, your identity. Who are you? What are you, Negro? Right? So you don't even know what it is to be a man anymore. And then somehow we found a way to revive ourselves in the 1920s, or I'll say late 1800s. After slavery was abolished, then you start seeing this rise of black men with W.B. Du Bois and Booker T. Washington, and then Elijah, and then the more radical blacks came out with Elijah and then Marcus Garvey, right? So then you start seeing a resurrected black Negro mentality, a new kind of black thinking, right? And then that one evolved to a Black Panther mentality, where the black man said, I'm now ready to put a gun around me to protect my family. See, it was stages of that man's evolution. You came from a not having a name Negro who couldn't put your chest up and your head up, to a man who said, nigga, you touch mine, you die. Like, that's an evolution of the black man. And then in the 80s, they hit us with the crack and we started deteriorating. Anybody who knows about that should be Sonetta, because of his age. Because of Sonetta's age, he knows this process of the deterioration and decapacitation of the black man. So any black man, right, trying to heal us from what happened to us in the 80s, because everything that happened from the 80s up till now is not what you saw manifested in the black man in the 70s with P. Huey Newton. Everything you saw in that time period was now reversed, and now brothers are wearing dresses like Young Thug. So Sonetta has to, if you're the godfather, you have to talk about what happened to the black man, because you talk about, you're not a man, masculinity, manhood. You got to talk about how we became what we became. If you the godfather of a house of consciousness, nigga, because we got post-traumatic slavery disorder, mental problems. You trying to free us. So if you trying to be that person, that satellite, then you need to act like it. But you already said you're not the leader, Sonetta. So what are you about, man? Who are you? What do you represent? What do you stand on? What are your tenets? What is your, how do you even like, I'm saying, I'm keeping it very, respectful. Information warning. Every man who comes before a people who's been a victim of that type of abuse, no one has experienced the type of abuse that we have, black people. You've been ripped from a name, information, a history. You don't know your God. You don't know where you come from. Don't know your tribe. You're calling yourself black and Negro. You think you think you got Indian in you. You think you're Mexican. You don't know what the fuck you are. You're trying to be so many things, just trying to fill these voids in your mind. Because these things is how you develop a personality. You got to get a personality by putting information in you. But if we don't even know who the fuck we are, then that means you have to recreate that man. And if you are a house of consciousness, Godfather, the man who knows how to unplug you, but you're not going to help the people, you're not going to have that, you're not going to show that in your own household, then what are we looking at? We had examples, Malcolm X, Betty Shabazz. Look at the children. You can respect the man more and how he raises his family. If a man's coming before you about black this, black that, black economic plan, black but then we got to do it like this, we got to talk like this, we got to act like this. You say, okay, cool. You sound cool. I love your ideas, but let me see how you do family. How are you with your wife and how are your kids? Because that's how I'm gonna know that what you believe in is real. Because if you're trying to tell me I should believe and think like this, I want to know if your wife believes in it too and your kids. You can't make me believe you and you ain't even got your household in order. That's the ultimate test and proof of a man's sincerity to what he believes in. Is that's just showing your family. Because if you're trying to get my family to follow you, you're trying to get my family to think like you want to get me to roll with you and your plan? Mom want me to talk to my woman about your ideas? And he's gonna be like this from now on. We down with the house of conscience on the baby. This is how we about to think now. Okay, then I need to see you represent that shit in your own family, blood. I need to see that. Like, wow, look at his own preaching in his own family. That's why I followed him. And that's why we Muslims follow the prophets and stuff, because we have examples to follow. We study their families. We see how they treated their wives. We see how they treated their family. We study that, because if we're trying to be role models and conscious and we're trying to represent a new age of thinking for these deaf, dumb, and blind Negroes in our community that need help from post-traumatic slavery, then we must show it in our own families. That's the only way we can sell it to them, because they don't know another way out. So the way that they raise their kids, the way that they do it is the only way that they know. So if we saying we the conscious people, but you look at your family structure and it look like the same things that they coming from, then bruh, your plan ain't that good. And I'm thinking of a new plan. And I'm gonna try to be by myself and figure it out, because I don't think you got the plan, sir. And that's what I'm looking at Sarnetta as a kind of revolutionary who preaches a lot of Black power, Pan-Africanist information to the community, like Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar talk a lot of shit, but he ain't got no family neither. You on the TV talking about relationships and all of that, but where's your relationship? You can't be telling other people about how to be in a relationship and you ain't even mastered one yourself, nigga. That's a hypocrite. And we will let stuff like that go right in front of us, and we will give commentary like Dr. Umar is so smart and Sarnetta is so smart when he try to talk on a live about a nigga and the manhood, and you're not a man, a man don't argue with a female. You trying to define what a man is and shit. Nigga, you ain't even got your household in order. You ain't even standing on no principle. Who you're calling yourself the godfather of consciousness, but you're not. You like stop. You're doing too much. You gotta come back to reality, sir. You're an elder who loves Black culture. You're a universal historian. You like everything. You'll listen to somebody talk about Egypt, the Moors. You'll listen to any and everything because you're a historian who loves information. Great job, Sarnetta. That's your new character now. Because if you're not willing to assume this one, then you're saying that you're okay with misleading us. You're okay with promoting a message that was a fervoring arousal to only say to us today on live. I seen your video where you said, I am not the leader of anyone. I'm only the leader of myself and my family. That means you're saying publicly to the people, House of Consciousness is not an organization or platform for revolutionaries. This is a platform strictly for information. You just have to go public and say that, so that all them people in England who thought you was like some Malcolm X and shit, all them people in Africa who see you like that, they're going to have to now see you as just another Phil Valentine. You're another Professor James Smalls. You know, but the thing about these men, and I want to put more respect on them, is because they actually have they actually live by tenets. They actually have like a program that they follow that makes them who they are. Whereas you, Sarnetta, every single night and day, you got all these people on your platform, and if they ask you, what do you believe in? You just say, I don't believe in nothing. I believe in myself. But you built your channel off of Egypt, Kemet, and bashing other people. So it's just like, man, you know what? You're not the House of Consciousness. You're not the king of anything. You know, you're little, you're delusional, sir. And enough is enough. And it's time, and it's just time for people to truly support the real. Use your hearts. This is Black Jesus Buddha Muhammad here on the Lions Den RGY representative, which stands for the Rightly Guided Youth. See, we support that, the development of our future. If you don't care about the future, sir, then stand down, get the name Godfather off of you, and call yourself the Don King of Consciousness. I'm going to go ahead and say shout out to Captain Tazariak for that one, and I'm gonna go ahead and rest it. Shout out to the Lions Den, shout out to the hosts, shout out to Empress Nana, RGY.
All right, we get the younger brothers, you know, getting it off their chest. Karima, did you ever show that other video? Or no, if not, I like to get more into the post-traumatic slave syndrome. You know, yeah, and then we can show some of the people who's, you know, I think they're dealing with it. You know, I mean, that was great, man. You got that off your chest. You calling them out. It wasn't disrespectful. You know, if this guy want to respond back with some clown stuff, then he definitely has lost his title or crown as a godfather of consciousness to the community. You have this young, what you call it, righteous youth. What's the name of the organization?
Righteously guided youth. The righteously guided youth.
RGY, righteously guided youth. You know, and hopefully more of these young brothers can get together and form coalitions like that, because that's what we need. These young brothers is conscious. That's not going for this. I mean, I don't even know what that is over there anymore, because it's like I was a part of it, all the debates and all that. It's just all it do is lead us to, you know, arguing each other, making enemies. You won, I won. Nobody learned from it. It's like Professor James Small. See, I like what he doing. The second annual Marcus Garvey Day, August 17, 2000. See, he still hold true to the format, to the program.
Exactly.
But this is why you don't hardly see him over there no more, because they see the direction that your show is going.
And on top of that, these men like Professor James Small, they don't never come to for the people like, I'm the Black Panther. I'm a man. Because this man has portrayed himself like the guy. I'm a man. I'm a real man. I was out there with Khalid Muhammad. I got a video of Sarnetta bragging about himself, showing pictures of himself when he used to be a Black Panther. Like this is during the time when he was looking bad, when he was going through the situation with Polite. He had to make a video of himself showing everybody what he used to be. Like, I used to be out there in them real fields. Yeah. That's when you had your motherfucking spotlight. That's when you had everybody high. You had Black Jesus Buddha pumped up. But then you became a Don King debate lord. And now you trying to go into the files and show us some old videos. Like we watching old football, Barry Sanders highlights or some shit. Like we watching some old NFL films. No, we're not watching NFL films. We're not watching highlights of you when you used to be a real sincere revolutionary. But now you trying to use the fame that you got off of that career and just make money off of people debating and arguing about how we can try to help Black people, but not actually help Black people. That's insanity. Because essentially what you got is an institution where all people can argue all day about intellectual shit. Meanwhile, in the hood, in the ghetto, young people don't have any jobs, any proper housing. They have no structure in their household. So that means they're all by themselves. And when you living in the world, there's a lot of demons out there that's all about temptation and mischievousness. They can be sucked into that temptation and mischievousness because there's not enough godfathers doing anything to save them. Because they're too busy on a fucking computer talking about the Knicks, and I just drank a motherfucking GMC drink, and you want to show people how dumb they look arguing about nothing that you believe in. That's deceptive, and that's not going anywhere. You're falling off of a bridge, ladies and gentlemen. The road stops right here. You're gonna fall off a cliff, and you're gonna land in hell, because that's where you're going. Nowhere. You're just gonna be watching a bunch of intellectual ejaculation debate, performances without actually getting any type of spiritual guidance. You want to be guided in these debates. Like, what does this mean? This means that I'm like, you're trying to figure out, if you're a seeker of truth, you're listening to these personalities who are being presented as authorities. Okay, Yara, authority. JJ 7000, authority. Morpheus, authority. These are all people who have put themselves through a series of trauma or struggle to attain knowledge, right? Reading books. You have to put yourself through some type of suffering to attain knowledge so you can come before people and present it, right? That's a work. That's like a workout. So because they've done that struggle and you're a seeker of truth, meaning you haven't done enough reading or suffering, you're like a seeker. So when you're watching the different personalities argue, you're trying to figure out your purpose by listening to one of us when we debate. You're trying to find some answers to questions about your own soul's journey of life. There's an answer for your soul, and when you listen to the debaters, that's how it's supposed to be in this evolution. But when you have a man who presents information in a format where it's like gladiators, and it's just about how many debates have you been in? Niggas is talking, how many debates you been in? How many people you debated? Like, so now it's just about that. It's about how many debates you've been in to get respect. No, we should respect the one who's best to their wife. We should respect the one who's best to their families and who's consistent with what they say that they do. That's the one we hold up. If that person did 3 debates, does he still live by those 3 debates, right? If he debated about Islam or any type of doctrine, does he live by that shit though? Like, does he really live by it? Even if he did 3 debates, if he still lives by it and he's sincere in his practice, then you got to get that man respect. If you were the type of dude who just reads a bunch of books and got a bunch of information like you, Chris Harris, but what does Chris Harris really live by on a day-to-day basis? What do you stand on, Sarnetta? What is your cultural practices that you do? If you got something, then you should be able to see that result in your own household. that will make us say, what are you drinking? What are you eating? What are you reading? What are you, right? That's what, when you have some type of glow, somebody who's looking for answers is going to say, what do you eat? What do you drink? What do you, like, they were trying to figure out why you so glamorous and shit. So if Sonnet is the house of consciousness and you the godfather, then you got the answers, sir. You got the answers, but you telling us I'm not the leader of anyone. Believe in yourself. No, you're insincere, and you're being called. You're being called when you play with people like that. You got to know that karma will hit you. It's like if you abandon a child and you just lie to the child and it keeps believing in you and you keep hurting the child, guess what? It's going to harbor hurtful feelings for you, maybe some resentment. And if that child comes back to get you, it'll be all your fault. It's karma because you kept telling it what you couldn't do. You kept saying things to the child that you was going to try to live by certain things for the child, but you couldn't live up to these things. And now the child got a little older and realized you was full of shit. Now it's coming back to destroy you. That's called karma. That's how God or Allah or the universe, karma, whatever you want to call it, gets in your house, right? If you think that you can get away with presenting yourself as the godfather of consciousness, but not think that the God, why would you call yourself? Why would you don't even believe in the God of the Bible? Why do you even put the word God in your name? So you put the word God in your name. Okay, so now you know that there's something bigger than you, I guess. So God is now calling you to account of your duties of a father. But
Man, let
you're
me say
saying
real
you want to
it
say
don't
something,
matter.
JJ?
Yeah, listen real quick to BY Go.
Go
I'm
ahead.
not crashing out for Sonnet at all, bro. We got a message. And trust me, it don't matter if it's 4 people, 10, 15, or 20 people over here. Guess what? He don't listen. You understand? He's listening. So we're not worried about how many people over here, because once we just keep going, it's gonna build back up, sir. So you can try to come out here and tell me, oh, it's only 10, 15 people or 20, whatever you're trying to say. That don't bother us.
And who said?
Not
Who
at
said?
all.
And then you. And then who are you? Who are you? Are you the one who validates what a good message is? So we need to live up to a number standard for you, man. You better get out of here with all that goofy shit, man. Because who are you to justify what kind of number account we need to have to be telling something true? Don't you know that some of the most truth tellers are considered to be the most craziest? They call Albert Einstein crazy. The most realest people in the world are called the most craziest, if you haven't noticed by now. Edward Snowden is a white man, by the way. And they calling that man crazy because of what he did with WikiLeaks. So let's not talk about numbers, man. It ain't never been about numbers. It's always been about the few, the chosen few who believed in the truth. And then they was willing to become the vessels and sacrifices to wake Negroes like you up. See, it's people
Right.
like you who have to see what it's like to struggle to establish justice. But what we're saying is don't jump on our bandwagon later. You're just not a believer. You just don't believe that justice can be served. You're
Yeah,
basically
it's all
saying
right.
that justice cannot be served by that comment. So because you don't believe in what we believe, then that means you're not going to be with us in the future. Keep your negative, hopeless ass over there. Just don't be
Yeah.
trying to be hanging out with us. When you start seeing the blessings start coming to this channel, you're going to be like, damn, they really stood up for justice. They really got Sarnetta up out of there. And then now you trying to be all sympathizing with us like, good job, good job. Nah, stay over there and stay doing that, because for real, every single nation that lives in inequity eventually falls. But how it falls is not for you to know. You can't determine how it happens. It can happen with 300 soldiers. All you got to do is study history. Okay, the Most High flooded a whole entire nation with water. Like look at what, like, it's so hot right now in the world because of global warming, right? It's so hot it can make people stay in the house. That's just nature alone. It can make people stay in the house. Nature can make you stay in the house. Nature can make you go underneath a tree. It could be windy, it could be rainy, it could be so much commotion, and it'll make you stop what you're doing. You got to put your phone down to pull over and shit. You look how nature makes you change your own plans. That's just nature. We're talking about God. He used the word God in his name. So that means he's talking about the one who rules nature. So now imagine what he can do to you, how he can slow you down. You can have that many people rolling with you. It's never been about the numbers. It's never been about the size of the dog, but it's always been about the fight in the dog. You never look at the numbers. You never look at the size. You never be impressed with that. So
since you're over here, let me get to the topic a little bit. So you
let's
don't
go.
think we just over here ain't talking about nothing. Now we were talking about post-traumatic slave syndrome. Syndrome is a concept developed by, we're gonna start over by Joy DeGray, Joy DeGruy Leray, that describes the multi-generational trauma experienced by African Americans as a result of slavery. Jim Crow laws and ongoing systematic racism is key aspects of PTSS, which include multi-generational trauma. The historical trauma experienced by African Americans has been passed down through generations, affecting their lives, behaviors, and relationships. All right? Adaptive survival behaviors. African Americans have developed various coping mechanisms. And just I gotta read this before I can add you. Hold up, brother. You gotta hold up. I'm reading. Hold up, and I got my notes on my phone, so you got to hold up. All right, brother. I got you. Here, I put it on. Okay.
I got you.
All right, so I lost my spot. Hold up. So yeah, so that was the main focus. We had to get something off our chest, but like I say, we are talking about this PTSS, and they say we still suffer from it. You know, we've been traumatized. And somehow, I guess it's passed down. It could be passed down through your genes. You know. Let's keep going. Hold up. Hold up, business. Yeah, multi-generational trauma. The historical trauma experienced by African Americans has been passed down. See, that's passed down through generations. BYG, the GOAT, whatever your name is, affecting their lives, behaviors, and relationships. You have adaptive survival behavior. African Americans have developed various coping mechanisms to survive in society that has historically marginalized and oppressed us. Vacant esteem, devaluation of African American lives, culture, and contributions has led to a sense of low self-esteem and self-worth. Racial socialization and inferiorization. The ongoing exposure to racist attitudes, beliefs, and practices perpetuates feelings of inferiority and marginalization. Now, the effect of PTSS, that's mental health. PTSS can contribute to various mental health issues, including depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder. Physical health. The chronic stress associated with PTSS can lead to physical health problems such as hypertension, diabetes, and heart disease, which that that affected our Black community. We like probably number one in those three statistics alone, right there. Let's see, where am I at? Keep losing my spot. Hold up, y'all. Just let me read this and y'all can talk. Hold up. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Social and economic disparities for PTSS can perpetuate social and economic disparities, including limited access to education, employment, and healthcare, ladies and gentlemen. So we have now we always talk about the problem. What about the healing and recovery, cultural reconnection? Reconnecting with African American culture and heritage can help individuals develop a sense of pride and self worth. How are we getting that over there on House of Conscience when we always banging on each other, always trying to dox each other, always trying to bring people's families over, always trying to we trying to threaten to kill the babies. We got a character right in front of y'all that's threatening to kill kids, and ain't none of you niggas saying nothing. And when somebody try to address them, You out. He apologized. He ain't apologized nothing.
Getting dragged out, man. You're getting dragged out, man. You're getting dragged
Oh,
out and you're getting whipped by the community. You're getting whipped by the chiefs, man. You can't call yourself a priest making threats to children, man. Like, what are you doing? Like,
yeah.
you're all the way you're messy. You're messy. You got to clean yourself
Listen.
up. You got to come back to the table of the council. You
Yeah.
know.
How about community? How about okay for health and recovery? How about community support? We can build strong community relationships and support networks. Support networks can provide a sense of belonging and help individuals cope with trauma. But see, when somebody knows something about somebody who's been through some traumatic, all we do is fucking rub it in their face and just abuse each other. Then you got therapeutic interventions, trauma informed therapies such as cognitive behavioral therapy. This is something that we can, check into. And trauma focused CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, and CBT can help. That's and trauma focused. Individuals process their experiences and develop coping strategies. Some additional points related to post-traumatic slave syndrome. Understanding the historical trauma. You got to understand which is rooted in the historical trauma experienced by African Americans during slavery. But see, nowadays they trying to take that experience what we went through out of the school books and say it never happened. How can we
Right.
deal with? How can the kids know, or how do you know who you are, where you come from, if you're taking it out and trying to say we were just migrant workers? That's a
There you
damn
go.
lie. There was
There you
trauma.
go.
And they don't migrate workers to get no goddamn trauma.
There you
So
go.
we let
That,
so why are we letting them take that out the book? No, you leave it right there. You leave them goddamn Confederate statues up there. You leave that goddamn flag up there because it's a goddamn reminder. No, we don't
that's
want it
right.
taken down. Now we got ongoing trauma. The legacy of slavery and ongoing systematic racism continue to impact African Americans. BYT, the GOAT. At least you're gonna be over here, you're gonna learn something. You can be around 500 people over there, and you don't learn nothing for 8 hours. Just people going back and forth and then talking about useless arguments. Afros versus Abos, and Hebrews versus Christians, and Christians versus Muslims, and Muslims versus Pan-Africans, and Pan-Africans versus
Exactly.
Kemetics, and Kemetics versus Nubians. That shit is getting old.
That's
What
right.
has it done for us?
That's right.
I'm done debating.
That's right.
This is what I'm
We
looking
need
for.
activists. We're the activists. A debater. Malcolm was a debater, but he was an activist too. We're calling out those spirits, the activist spirits, because this is an activist channel. We're not just preaching knowledge; we're practicing the knowledge. You have to stand up for something. Malcolm said, "Who taught you how to hate yourself?" JJ just gave you the information about how the system is using uh, their power to bar your children from knowing about who they are. So if you have the
Yeah.
house of consciousness, you're the house of consciousness, you know, because you're the house, right? You know that your children are being deprived of a true knowledge of self, then you have to be the house that gives it to them. But if you're a house that continues to be divided, then what are you giving them but insanity, sir? You're not the godfather. You are the creator of an insanity institution. And I want everyone out there to seriously take heed to what's been said tonight. You're following and you're subscribing and you're giving praise to a man who stands on nothing but confusion, doesn't even know what he wants to stand on for himself, his household, doesn't even have the proper techniques to give us a way out of this trap that the system is giving our children in their education system. Health, mental health. There's nothing out there to rehabilitate us except the conscious community. We are supposed to be that community that heals you from the PTSD that we're suffering from. And if you're the house of consciousness, then you better have a plan for us because you're now presenting yourself as the vanguard. And you
Yeah.
said it, Sarnetta, that you're not a leader. So if you're not a leader, step down and give the command over in a proper fashion in the real military format. This is what we call a peaceful passive authority. And if you can't do that, sir,
then that only means you're willing to believe in whatever it is you believe in, but know that you're going against a power and an entity that you cannot defeat. And I want to just say that I appreciate, and look, the people out there listening, you don't hesitate to come on and express yourself. All right. I got to return back to my duties, which is my family. And I want to thank O'Malley and his co-host, Sister Karima, for allowing RGY, in my opinion, to come here and to be in solidarity with my fellow man, my fellow brother. So may Allah bless your show. And I'm an hour in the back. I will definitely pop out and represent if need be, and anybody who wants to come against this, you're gonna lose, man, because this is about justice. It's about the youth. It's about it's about your mental health. It's about your health. You got to take this serious, man. It's not about ratings. It's not about views. It's not about entertainment all the time. You got to find some time to take your life serious. Take yourself serious. Give yourself that chance to take yourself serious. And with that being said, peace and blessings to you, brother. And assalam.
Shalom, brother. All right, man. We got a message from the younger people, man. And see, that's what I want to see. I want to see the younger brothers in the 30s stand up, hold the community accountable for what they said. You see, go ahead, Indigenous, and then I got to finish reading, and then I want to show one more video, and then if you got time, we can go over.
I don't want to get in your way of teaching.
Okay.
Go ahead and show right. what you got.
All right. So, where was I at? Okay. Yeah, man, this is very serious.
Post-traumatic slave syndrome.
Yeah. I'm just talking about where I left off at with my readings. Hold up. Yeah, you see, I got your girl up here, Dr. How you pronounce her name? Dr. DeJoy. What's her name? How you pronounce it, Indigenous?
Dr. Joyce DeGrasse.
There you go. Let's see. Okay. Let me see. Hold up. I lost my spot. Hold up. Just bear with me. Okay, that's too far up. Yeah. That's fair housing. Healing and recovery. Yeah. I think that's okay. Let's start. Yeah. So, like I say, the effects of PTSS is mental health, physical health. We went over that, social and economic disparities, and then I got into healing and recovery. From this, like I say, reconnecting with your African American culture and heritage can help an individual develop a sense of pride. Therapeutic interventions, trauma-informed therapies such as cognitive behavioral therapy. Understanding PTSS, we got to understand the history behind it. It is rooted in our historical trauma experienced by African American members. This is passed down during slavery, including emotional abuse, forced migration, physical abuse, and dehumanization. This is what we need to be talking about, Godfather. I don't give a damn about no damn pictures. Why we focus on pictures for goddamn 2, 4, 5 days? Ongoing trauma, the legacy of slavery and ongoing systematic racism continue to impact African Americans, perpetuating a feeling of trauma, fear, and mistrust of the system. You see? This is what you need to be godfathering about. Now, I'm going to get you back, and we're going to pull up your police record and all that, and we're going to attack one that's in the community, but not the other. Pick and choose. So, I keep losing my spot, man. Hold up, y'all. Okay, what else? Let's see. I got a lot. Let me see. I keep losing my spot. Okay, yeah. So, okay, I read that. Okay, so, like I say, understanding the history of it, we got to focus on, there's ongoing trauma from the history of fear, mistrust, and, perpetuating trauma effects of PTSS on individuals and communities. The intergenerational trauma, that's a key word, can be passed down from one generation to the next, affecting family dynamics, relationships, and overall well-being. How about cultural disconnection? That ensure of African American culture and history can contribute to feeling of disconnection and loss of an identity. You know, we're all searching for an identity right now. We this, we that, we this. These are just names given to us to keep us divided. Internalized racism. PTSS can lead to internalized racism where individuals may perpetuate negative stereotypes and biases against themselves and their community. So healing and recovery strategies like culturally grounded interventions that incorporate African American culture, history, and values can be effective in promoting healing and recovery. We can't just talk about the problem and not give us some kind of solution. Community-based initiatives. Community-based initiatives such as support groups, cultural programs can provide a sense of community and connection. Policy and systemic change. Addressing systemic racism and promoting policy changes can help reduce the ongoing trauma experienced by African Americans. Do you want to say anything before I keep reading Indigenous, or are you good?
No.
Okay.
I mean,
right.
you said it all. You know, I mean, because like I said, this is what I've been trying to get out. So I'm glad we get to see it again.
All right, let's keep going. So the importance of acknowledgement and understanding, acknowledging history. So if they're taking it out of the history books, how do we acknowledge the root of our trauma? Acknowledge the history of slavery and its ongoing impact is crucial for promoting healing and recovery. You got that big platform on there. Why ain't you making a cry out to the school districts or something? Why are you taking this out of the books? Understanding PTSS can help individuals and communities develop effective strategies for healing and recovery. How about promoting empathy and compassion, which I rarely see on your channel? Everybody's the ops against everybody because everybody wants to be right. Nobody humbly say, you know what, I got that wrong. Let's build off the things we agree on. We don't see that. Promoting empathy and compassion can help create a more supportive and inclusive environment for African Americans affected by PTSS. Here goes some sources, peer-reviewed articles, African American Health and Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome, a Terror Management Theory account by Michael J. Halloran, 2019. This article explores the impact of slavery on African American health and well-being through the lens of terror management theory. The citation, African American Health and Post-Traumatic. Okay, that's you can find that in the Journal of Black Studies. Effects of intergenerational trauma on African American and interventions by Femi Dulini, 2024. This article, this is kind of recent. This article discusses the effects of intergenerational trauma on African Americans and suggests trauma-informed interventions. So it gives a solution, what we can do, and that's the African Journal of Health, Nursing, and Midwives. You see, Black History Matters, integrating post-traumatic slave syndrome into SDOH training to enhance health equity by Garsanda Presumi LeBlanc and Megan Sandow, 2025. See, 7,000 coming with the up-to-date sources, reference, peer-reviewed articles. They cited with the Chicago manual style citations. You see, so this ain't just no flim-flam. We bring you the real sources. You see, the real scholars, the real references, the peer-reviewed articles that you can go look up, write it down. I ain't just reading it just to be practicing reading. You see, some of the scholars like Dr. Joy DeGray Leray, known for conceptualizing post-traumatic slave syndrome and its impact on African Americans' health and well-being. Then you got Michael J. Halloran, Halloran, He's the author of African American Health and Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome, a Terror Management Theory account, 2019. Let's see. So post-traumatic, that's just a few of them. There's a whole bunch more. But post-traumatic slave syndrome continues to significantly impact African Americans in 2025, manifesting in various ways. Here are some key effects. You got the integrational trauma I talked about. You got mental health concerns. You got racial disparities, cultural impact. I already went over that. Social economic factors contribute to disparities, including limited access to home ownership, wealth, accumulation, and educational opportunities. Godfather, this is what we need to be talking about. I don't give a damn what Rob Rack doing over there with Susie B in the beef tube sector. I don't care about that. And you shouldn't either. Including limited access to, like I say, home ownership, wealth accumulation. These disparities can lead to chronic stress and trauma. How about the effects of daily life? Increased stress. That affects us every day, man. Some of us African Americans may experience increased stress due to ongoing racism and discrimination, which can compromise their immune system and overall well-being. Anxiety and fear. This is the effects of on our daily life from this PTSS. But you don't want to talk about that. You want to waste time keeping us divided and goddamn debating every day. Keeping us arguing, people getting mad, people want to know where your location is. How is that the Godfathering? How is that pulling the community together? Difficulty seeking help. The stigma surrounding mental health issues in African American communities can make it challenging for individuals to seek help. Pathways to healing. Let's talk about the pathways. Culturally affirming therapy. Seeking therapy from multicultural or racial trauma-informed therapists can create safe and empowering spaces for healing. Community support. Connecting with others who share similar experiences can foster a sense of belonging and understanding. Education and advocacy. Increasing awareness about PTSS and promoting greater access to resources, what we're trying to do right here, right now, can help reduce stigma and support healing. The sources you can go get you can look up Black Health Matters, addressing PTSD in Black and Brown communities. Then there's a PDF of African American Health and what that say? Let me pull that up. African American Health and Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome, a Terror Management Theory account. I can send Karima this. The aim of this article is to explicate a terror management theory analysis of the poor social and psychological well-being of African Americans by drawing upon a model of cultural trauma to explain the antecedents and effects of post-traumatic slave syndrome. Cultural trauma is defined as a state that occurs when a people cultural worldview has been destabilized to the point where it does not effectively meet its TMT function of providing a buffer against basic anxiety and uncertainty. This article outlines how the impact of slavery has significant trauma to African American people, which was carried forward through successive generations. See, this is passed down, providing an explanation. This article provides an explanation of their current anxiety-related conditions, poor health, and mild adaptive behaviors. Findings from health and justice research and qualitative data from narratives of African Americans are presented to substantiate the adaptation of a model of cultural trauma for understanding the contemporary situation of African Americans. And the art is a PDF, but that's just like kind of like some of the meat and potatoes of it, which you'll be getting. I can share that. And maybe Karima can share it. Maybe I can share. Hey, I can share it. I'll share it in the audience. I share it in the audience by copying the link. I'm gonna put it in there right now so y'all can take a look. I don't know why they got wrenches over there and nobody never share articles. Everybody just want to put people in timeout and throw their goddamn weight around. That's what they do. So over here, you got a wrench and you got an article related to the topic, like what I'm getting ready to do right now, right here. If y'all can see it, I'm gonna paste it in there, and there go the PDF for that right there. There it is. That's how you do that. There it is. There it is. That's how we do it over here. Indigenous, did you want to say anything? And Kareem, are you still there? I'd like to show one more of those videos. And then we'll get into, we have a little bit of time, we'll show, one of the buffoons in the idiot in the community, and he needs to be stopped. I think I got to call Karima. And did you say you had nothing to say?
No, I'll say something to this. You ask Sarnetta why he doesn't. And it's the same question that I've been asking because it took me till, 2023 to present this video on apostles. And then we did it again, I guess earlier this year, or last year, when I did the presentation. But like I said, I don't understand why they don't, we don't talk more about this. Sometimes people bring it up, but they don't have any information behind it. That's why I felt it necessary, and this video came out in 2008. This is the one with the blue. This is the one that I showed. Are you showing the one where me and you did it, JJ, or are you showing just the video?
I don't know, bro. I'm just showing the videos. I don't.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought that's why I called in, because I thought you were showing the one where I went over this in my presentation. But if you just want to do your own breakdown of it, I can fall back because like I said,
you can redo yours. If you're going to reevaluate what information you bring out, we can start your little series or something. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
I said, if you want to, another day, reevaluate that video because we already been on for 3 hours 41 minutes.
Oh, no, I don't need to reevaluate. Like I said, I've already did it on Apostles 2 years ago, and then I don't know whether you had seen it before, but I'm not sure. But like I said, when I did it on your on your platform, I was trying to do it on biases in 2021. I was trying to show this video, but I did finally get to present it, in 2023 on the Apostles channel 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And then I got to show it here in your platform, but we need to keep on showing it, keep on presenting it. Let's get JJ's perspective, because if you're interested in mine, like I said, you can go back and check out the videos. I ain't gonna harp on all that. We want to hear what JJ got to say about it because we all should be critiquing these things. And my saying that I created is that division is like an age-old. Division is used like an age-old. Division is an age-old weapon used just like the lines of a map. The lines of a map divide you. They're all about the division and keeping us apart, whether it be by we are none of these things. These terms were given to us. We did not choose any of them. And you out here arguing over politics. You out here arguing over sports. You out here arguing over religion. You know, argue over everything, and it's all about division. It's all to keep you divided, because if we come together, then they couldn't control us. As Americans, I'm talking about. All right. So, you know, go ahead, JJ, do your breakdown. You know, I'll be here for you, brothers. You know what I'm saying? If you want me to say something, or if I want to say something, I'll stop it. But, you know, like I said, I've already done this twice, so I just want to hear somebody else's perspective. And I'm just happy that you're showing the video, because this, like you said, this is what we need to see.
Right. I mean, I don't know where the focus is over there anymore, so it's like I'm not gonna be over there. It's wasted energy, man. Wasted energy. He ain't learning nothing. Making enemies. Folks is doing too much. I'm staying my lane over here.
Causing division, like you said.
Yeah, I'm staying my lane over here, bro. I don't care if it's 15, 25, 3. I don't care. It'll grow.
I mean, it might seem like it's unity, but, you know, until you can hold the people accountable, the ones who are out here causing division and making up narratives on people that are not true at all. You know, just saying things just to be, you know, just for views and clicks. You know, and like I said, you know, I've been on this shit. So, you know, and I'm just glad everybody's catching up in 2025. You know, JJ, he's been on his thing. You know, and we come from different angles, but we have similar beliefs. And you know, that's why me and JJ get along now. You know what I'm saying? Because even though we might disagree on things, we understand that we are what we're going through, what we're being put through. We see through the blinders. You know, cognitive dissonance. You know, things of that nature. That's where I got that term from. And you know, social constructs and things of that nature. That's what, you know. I mean, this sister, when I first watched her, and I say about 2016, maybe around that time, you know, when I watched this video, because like I said, it's from 2008 in France. So, you know, that's you know, this is one of the main contributors to my studies, give me things to study. And like I say, and I always give her the credit that she deserves, like with the Johann Friedrich Blumenbach talking about. Well, I don't want to ruin the video for y'all. I'll let y'all go ahead and talk. Then once we get there, then you know, if it's something that I feel I have to say, I'll go ahead and say it. But like I said, I just want to hear my brother JJ, who I'm proud of, for, you know, like I said, he's always been one stand up. You know what I mean? When it's wrong, when something's wrong, and we can't, and we, you know, we got to start having accountability. Accountability is key. If you're out here doing stuff that you ain't supposed to, or even if you're wrong, just come back and say, "Hey, brother, you know, I was wrong." You know, they don't want me to talk about the scripture, but that's what the scripture says you to do. And if you have a problem with brother, you go to that brother and you talk to him about it.
I mean, I don't care about you talking about
behind his back, and then
I don't care about you talking about scripture.
Say, "Hey, man, this guy's over here talking about you like a dog."
I don't care about you talking about scripture, but I'm just, you know. Sometimes if we talking about something else, you know, trying to try to trap you into talking, just get off the topic. But I guess Karima is, I'm just going to play the audio, y'all. This is Dr. Thelma Bryant, how slavery still impacts African Americans' mental health. And this, I got to hang you up to play this.
All right.
Okay. All right.
Can't understand where we are now without understanding our past. Today we have Dr. Thelma Bryant. She's currently teaching at the Graduate School of Education and Psychology at Pepperdine University. She's also known around the world for her work in psychology. She is a representative for the American Psychological Association and for the United Nations. and she is a very popular podcast host for, it is called Homecoming. Dr. Tamer, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you for having me. I appreciate the invitation.
Let me call Karima so we can play the video. Hold up. Hold up, y'all.
Please leave your message for.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I guess y'all gotta listen to it. All right. Hey, hold on for a second.
Disturbance that we see today in many African Americans surrounding mental health did not come overnight. Can you talk a little bit about where we are now and take us back to the very beginning before our ancestors were forced to America?
Yes, thank you so much for raising this, because it is important for us to consider trauma on multiple levels. We have the trauma of a global pandemic. We have the trauma of contemporary racism, and we also have the trauma of what is called historical or intergenerational or ancestral trauma. And so recognizing the ways in which those consequences still show up for us today. So some may wonder, how is trauma passed down through the generations? A part of it is through our stories and what we are told. It also affected the parenting styles of our ancestors. When you are in danger, you raise your children differently in terms of the level of fear and the need to be vigilant. It also shows up our bodies. There's an impact neurologically in our brains and physiologically in our bodies, and also through observations. We observed how our parents or grandparents would act in certain circumstances, and those were pieces that taught us how to try to function and survive. And so it is important that we think about healing the wounds of what has happened to us directly, as well as the wounds of what has happened to our ancestors, because it affects us in depression and anxiety and substance dependence, coping with emotional eating, in all of these different ways, as well as distrust. It affects our relationship with others, as well as our relationship with ourselves.
Doctor, help us understand the importance of the enslaved Black mind.
So when we think about psychology from the perspective of Black psychology, we want to raise liberation and empowerment, that we are not just looking to help people to cope with a system that is built on racism, that is built on white supremacy, but to really, what we would say, decolonize our minds or liberate our minds to be able to see ourselves as worthy, to be able to honor our humanity and the humanity of our sisters and brothers, siblings within the community, and for us to not define ourselves by the messages that we have received about our false inferiority. And so these messages, they show up in the media, they show up in the educational system, they show up in the criminal justice system. All of these systems often will teach Black youth that they are less or that they are inferior. And so it takes an active resistance to that, to truly recognize our worth our value, our dignity, our humanity, and our resilience. And that is when we are fighting against what we call internalized racism. Internalized racism is when you come to believe the lies you have been told about yourself. And so if you actually believe that our community is less moral or less intelligent or less beautiful, then you have internalized those beliefs that you have been taught. And so we need to actively recognize an important saying, which is culture is medicine. Culture is medicine. It is healing to be able to discover the beauty, the genius, the wisdom of those who came before us, because we do not only inherit ancestral wounds, but we also inherit ancestral wisdom. And so learning how we can not only survive, but also thrive.
My next question is three questions in one. So I live here in South Louisiana, which is called plantation country. And on these plantations, we've researched the horrible treatment and harsh conditions of Black people. Enslavers didn't even see us as humans. Can you define generational trauma? Talk about how these conditions of slavery on the plantation shaped those Black folks back then, and the toll that it took on our ancestors. Also, how this generational trauma is passed down from our grandparents to our great-grandparents, etc.
Thank you so much for raising this question in this conversation. When we have experienced trauma, we also can experience what are called triggers or reminders. What are the things that bring to mind or bring to even your emotions or to your physical body a remembrance of what happened? And for many of us, the plantation is a trigger, is a reminder of those experiences. And so what did plantation life teach us? One of the things that it taught us was to try to fly under the radar, to try to be invisible, that if you stood out, you could be targeted. And so many times people within our community will recognize that if I really shine in class or if I really shine in my career, there are ways in which visibility can be dangerous for us and can be harmful. And so sometimes we can shrink back. Another piece that was taught on the plantation was a competitiveness instead of collaboration. And so our community is largely culturally collectivistic. But when you get into a setting where some people are pitted against other people, whether we talk about house slaves or field slaves, or whether we talk about the issue of colorism, that there are ways in which we have been taught by design not to trust each other. And so then a part of our healing is healing our relationship within the community. But not only did we learn some things that are damaging, but we also learned some things that highlight our skills and wisdom. And so innovation, when we think about soul food, taking scraps and making an entire meal. And so the ways in which that gets passed down, of course, the challenge becomes how we can celebrate that while also taking care of our health and our wellness is an important piece. Another important piece for us to remember from the plantation is how we learn to cope. A big piece of our healing and our resistance was our art and our spirituality. And so the drum is powerful, and the drum is a way to communicate, which is why on many plantations, the drum was banned. And so in our music, in our singing, in our dancing, in our stitching, in our pottery, those are acts of our wellness. And then along with our expressive arts is our spirituality. That our faith has been a big part of the ways we have been able to hold on to hope in circumstances that were truly hopeless. And so recognizing the consequences of those traumas, but also pulling on the resources and the wisdom that was cultivated in those spaces is an important part of our legacy.
Can you define generational trauma, and again, how is that passed down to generation to generation?
Yes. So generational trauma or intergenerational trauma is when one generation within a family or within a community experiences a trauma, and the effects of that are passed down to the next generation. And there are three primary ways that trauma can be passed down. One of them is physically.
Oh, come on, man. Hey, Karima, hey, I got an emergency. Karima, can you show the video so I can answer my phone? Are you there? Hey, hold up, y'all.
It changes the brain. And so when we look at the descendants of large-scale traumas, we see that different portions of the brain function in ways that are trying to sustain a sense of regulation, internal regulation. The good news is that not only does trauma affect the brain, but healing affects the brain. So the key word in that is something called neuroplasticity, which is the brain can change, which we would say the brain can heal, that we can heal, and that when we heal, we can then pass that down to the next generation. So not only does the trauma get passed down in terms of our physical bodies, it also gets passed down in the messages that we are taught. When you think about if your parents told you that you have to be twice as good, or if your parents told you to never let people see you cry, never let people read your emotions, to mask our emotions, that becomes a survival strategy that was taught. That is a way the trauma gets passed down, and also through modeling. So we see by example the way those who came before us learned how to survive, sometimes by shrinking, by choosing silence, by working strategically behind the scenes. And so we learned that through modeling. So for each of us, you want to think about the wounds that I carry may not have begun with me, but the wounds that I carry some of them predated me. And so what did I learn from those who came before me that is showing up in my life? What is the wisdom I want to hold on to? And what is the wound that I want to heal?
A lot of people my age, my wife's age, a little older, a little younger, are asking these questions about generational trauma, from family secrets to anything about the past. But the older generation seems to be kind of pushing back. Why is that?
Yes. So I'm glad you named this because intergenerational trauma is not only about racism or slavery, but any sort of trauma that those who came before you experienced. And so if your mother or grandmother experienced sexual assault, it affected the way she thought about her body, the way she thought about intimacy, the way she thought about trust. And then often those messages were directly or indirectly taught to you. If you came from a family where there was a lot of intimate partner violence or domestic violence, it had an impact. And that may show up in your dating life, in who you choose, the way you respond to people that you care for, and the way you respond when you are dishonored or disrespected. And so the impact of all of these different types of trauma affect the way we think about ourselves and the way we show up in the world. And as you named, in this generation, we have been talking more about mental health, but sometimes when you try to have those conversations with older members of our community, there can be some resistance. And a big part of that resistance is just lived experience that many did not have what I would call the luxury of therapy. They just learned how to stuff it, to push it in the back of their mind, to pray about it and just move forward. But one of the things that we know is avoiding speaking about it does not mean we have healed. Being busy does not mean we have healed. Volunteering and being super active in the church does not necessarily mean that we have healed. And so it is an act of compassion and patience to be able to open the doors of those conversations, and some conversations that were never had, so they will be uncomfortable. But on the other side of the discomfort is our healing, is our wellness, is truth. Because we know truth sets us free. And a lot of families, as you named, have been locked into secrets and silence, and it shows up in devastating ways. And so we want to create the safety and the space to be able to speak the truth.
Dr. Tama, why do people still carry the negative response or the negative connotation to mental health as it pertains to the legacy of slavery?
So one of the reasons why people will hold stigma about having mental health consequences of racism and of slavery is because our educational system has often diluted the realities of what enslavement was. And as long as we have history books and social studies books that give it one sentence, that say they were slaves and they were happy and then they were free. Yeah. And now they can be even happier, right? When we have that simplistic.
Or they just try to erase it completely and just take it out the books. Let me call Karima. There's 15 more minutes left for that, but she's still going to end the show. Hold up, y'all. You gotta hit the like, share, and subscribe. Hold up. I'm almost ready to end the show. I got 15 more minutes, this video, this audio, and then we'll be ready to end it, okay?
All right.
Okay, Queen. All right, thank you. All right, Karima resting. So let me finish this a little bit. We've been on for 4 hours. But yeah, we gotta get, we always gonna have to get some kind of information out, right? Okay, so let me finish doing that. Hold up, y'all. Hold up. Let me find the video. Damn. Let me find it. Okay, here we go.
They can be even happier, right? When we have that simplistic view, it does not make sense that it would have the sting and the consequence that it has. And so in order to remove the stigma or to raise awareness about these mental health consequences requires an actual truth-telling and education about the process of enslavement. In South Africa, in the aftermath of apartheid, they created a Truth and Reconciliation Committee, a Truth and Reconciliation process, recognizing we cannot just say, let's move forward when we are still not telling the truth. And so it is the silence around the impact of slavery that has kept some from recognizing that the mental health consequences. In addition to that, is the reality that oftentimes there is this labeling of people who talk about racism as saying you're using an excuse. So some people will say, oh, it was a long time ago and you all shouldn't talk about it anymore. And that also is an act of racism, to say whose history is okay to talk about, is acceptable to talk about, and whose history must be silenced. And so to be able to counter the pressure for silence, to recognize that a part of our wellness, not only for Black people, but as a nation, that our wellness will require us being willing to speak the truth. The last thing I will say about the ongoing consequences is that the reality is, after the Emancipation Proclamation, and later than that, a year later, after Juneteenth, it is not as if Black people were then treated with fairness and with equity and with justice. So the reality is, even though we can look back on Juneteenth, we can look back on the Emancipation Proclamation, we have to look at, over the generations, the systemic ways in which oppression has been kept alive in every system. And this has been documented, so it's not just personal opinion. But when we look at the research, if people turn in an application for a home loan and you make the application identical, except you give one person a Black sounding name and give the other person what would be considered an American or traditional European name, then the person with the Black sounding name is less likely to receive the loan. The same thing if you apply for a job, if you apply for college, if you apply for housing. If the application is the same except for the name, we see this discrimination showing up. And so the consequences are not just because of our.
So, I mean, it may sound bad, but we got to start naming our kids Shanika, Shawanda, Day, and, you know, name them names like Larry and Betty. You know, generic names, so your kids can have a chance when it come time to putting out them applications.
History, but also because of our present.
Doctor, I read an article a few weeks ago. It says we have overcome the physical barriers of slavery and racism, but how far have we come psychological and emotionally? That touched me in a way that I didn't even realize that could be touched. Why does it seem like we haven't came far?
Yeah. So Dr. Maya Angelou had a beautiful quote which says, surviving is necessary, but thriving is elegant. And I think for a lot of us, we have been in survival mode, just trying to make it through the day, trying to make it through the year, trying to make it through the pandemic. And so when we are stuck in survival mode, which is in large part because of ongoing oppression, and I should mention, Black people are more likely to face intergenerational poverty, persistent poverty versus transient poverty. So it is not just a matter of, are we motivated? You can be motivated, but the resources and access to resources can be blocked. And so that can delay our growth, our wellness, our healing, and our thriving. And so it is important for us to create spaces where we can be honored, where we can heal, and when we can really tap into our strengths. And so for each of us, we can ask the question as we reflect on ourselves, have I just been surviving? And if I have been surviving, I want to appreciate that because survival is important. And then what are the things that I need in my life that would create access and opportunity for me to flourish, for me to heal, for me to thrive? And I want to say a part of that is justice. Justice is therapeutic, right? That when there is fairness and equity, that can decrease some of the anxiety and the hypervigilance that we have. And so along with justice, I would say also creating permission and safe spaces for culturally congruent or culturally attuned therapeutic practices. And so for us to be willing to get the sessions, whether individual, couples, family, or group, that we are deserving and we are worthy of healing, of wholeness, and wellness.
And how can we destigmatize mental health in the Black community?
One of the key ways to destigmatize mental health in our community are those who are gatekeepers or leaders in our community, role models in the community, to be willing to seek services and then to speak about it. So I'm based in Southern California in Los Angeles. And when I have heard pastors speak to their congregation about going to therapy themselves, it frees up a lot of people to know, well, if pastor could go or pastor needed it, then maybe I could benefit from it too. We have also had in the past number of years, Black celebrities, whether actors or actors.
Hey, bro, man. Hey, you see, now you over here trolling, and we over here trying to learn. We don't give a damn if there's 5 people over here. You should be worried about Sarnetta and them doxing you, telling your boss, Sugar Man. Why are you over here trolling? I'm just trying to figure this out. I don't have no beef with you. I don't really give a damn. I don't care about you like that, bro. I don't know you. I don't follow you. All I know is you and Sarnetta got some shit going on. So I went over to old girl platform to hold her accountable for SVDL because she's part of that. And you start trolling. Brother, you need to just move around and, worry about what's getting ready to come to you over there. Deal with them niggas. Trimmer, get him up out of the chat. He needs to go. Damn, bro. I mean, go do something, bro. I don't have no beef with you. But these wicked ass niggas just pop up out of nowhere trying to insert themselves into something that ain't even none of their damn business. I don't care what you do. I don't care what your beef is over there with Sarnetta. I don't care what you got going with Judah Nazareth. Me and you have nothing in common. I don't even know you. All I know, you call yourself Sugarfoot or Sugar Man and all that, Shuggy or whatever the hell, nigga. I don't follow you like that. You say you're $1 million man. Why don't you make some $1 million moves, get on your platform, and teach us something worth listening to? Besides goddamn beef too. You too goddamn old. Get your weird ass up out of here, man. Go to the beef section. Go to over there with Rob Rack and all them idiots, bro. Because at the end of the day, it's gonna be 300 or 400 people that see this, and we don't care who here now. What's wrong with you, man? This is you niggas' problem. The views. You can have 1,000 goddamn views at your video with no fucking message, no substance. Just you dumbass niggas tearing each other down. You too old to be this slow, nigga. Sugar Man. Your fight's getting ready to start with Sarnetta and Judah Nazareth. Go prepare for that. Didn't you hear him yesterday? They said you work for Gilbert Arenas, and I don't know what the hell you did, but you need to deal with that. What you got your tired ass over here for? Shit don't make no damn sense. Get your ass up out of here, nigga. Sugarfoot, whatever the hell you call yourself. Hold up, man. These people in this community be retarded, man. For you, hey, I don't give a. Hey, you need to get. Hey, this dude gotta go. Your energy, nigga. Don't worry, I will never come over to your platform. I promise you. You don't teach us nothing. Go attack. That's what you do. I done fell off fucking with this goddamn weirdo. Get your weird ass out of here, man. Sugarfoot. Damn, there's always some goddamn demon and devil coming around, man. I think you gotta knock out one of these people. I got one. His goddamn demon bring his goddamn stupid ass over here. Kareem, you gotta knock. Okay, bring the other one on stage and then knock one off. All right, man. All right, we just, you know what? These goddamn these funky ass over here. Now, Kareem, can you take one off? Okay, add the one that's in the back and then take one off. Crazy, man. Goddamn devil, man. What you think your stupid ass is over here for? We ain't bothering you, goddamn demon. We trying to learn something. Here, this troll ass think you come over here. Ain't been coming over here. Only time you pop up is with some goddamn drama. That's what you do. Nigga, I don't even know you. I don't follow no Sugarfoot, no nigga named Sugar. I ain't following no nigga named no goddamn Sugar. What the hell wrong with you being yourself, Sugar? Fuck. Karima, can you take these off? All right, you know what? You know what? We gonna we gonna call it so, man. Cause I can't continue with the echo. Goddamn demon.
I want you and that young man to tie that knot. I'm gonna pray for you. And I want you to hold on to God's unchanging hand, because he helped Joshua fight the battle of Jericho. Yes.
It's the old
He helped Daniel get out the lion's den. He helped get off the island.
Let me get straight to the business. Yeah. Got them lions in the building. Yeah. Why you lying to the children? Yeah. Why you lying to the children? Yeah. RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I've been to bed. Man, they know contest. Yahuwah, he do the bled. We will not see you tomorrow. Cause you cannot go to Thora. All the sons and all the daughters standing all with big manodas. But my son, he made me Taurus. On that line, I'm still a Taurus. Karate kicking Chuck Norris, 4-5 on my waist. If he started, will not hesitate to get retarded. Oh lordy, he ain't got a PowerPoint, he forest. He's running to the hills like a Philistine. G-Hawk hitting Hamites with the guillotine. Situation turned up with the Ratchet team. JJ 7000 to debate me. I know them haters gon' hate me, but he won't debate me. Pistol off safety. He respond, come wake me. If I don't get up, nigga shake me. If he don't show up, then he fake G. I touch down and make these nigga nuts hate me. Dear brother, ballin' and crawling all the way from H-time. Let me get straight to the business. Man, them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Why you lying to them children? You gon' cry, you gon' get it. Me, I'm like a frog, nigga, ribbit. Of course, it's in the spirit. I just got the Porsche, she can steer it. Mito got the raw, shack and will it. Lamborghini doors, you better not spill it. Mama's high, say I'm more than just a villain. Mama's cry, I'm dope and wide for her children. Suicide, immortalized as a realist, yeah. Black suicide.